Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, guys. Good morning. This is Tasha Grace Boris, PDP candidate for Tobago West, and we are on the street 91.9 FM Monday morning program. It is Monday, 27th July, 2020. Today is Mind Your Business Mondays, but we are having some nice cool weather in Crown Point this morning. Good morning to all of you who are up and have your radios locked on and you are playing this program in your homes and your cars and your offices. And for those of you who are watching online or on Facebook, good morning to you guys. And those of you on my live already, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning. And you know, I just can't get over how blessed I am to be able to have this platform to interact with you. And every time I come on, it overwhelms me, the amount of love that I've been receiving and the amount of support that I've been receiving from persons who were perfect strangers to me before this process began. So I must start off by saying thank you to each and every one of you who come online, who send me messages, who reach out to me when I'm walking in communities, who just send a text to say keep strong, you know, send some prayers, send some encouragement. I've received calls from persons over the weekend praying for me and praying for Mr. Duke and praying for our party, and I must thank each and every one of you for all your prayers and all your support and all your blessings that you have been pouring my way. Thank you so much, guys. It's Monday morning and we are blessed to be alive and to be well today. And for those of you who lost loved ones, especially over the weekend, my condolences to you. And you know, even last night when I saw about the shooting that took place in Crown Point, my first thought was, is Tobago going down a particular road in terms of our crime situation? You know, I don't know the details of what took place last night or what precipitated the incident, but the reality is that a young life has been lost. The reality is that person, their time on earth has come to an end, and it forces each and every one of you who are still here to continue to take stock of where you're at. If you are not living to love people, if you're not living to do your best with every day that you have been blessed to have, if you're not living to improve the lives of others, then you are not living at all. So today is Mind Your Business Mondays. For those of you, I would like to take a few more calls this morning than I normally do, and that is just to assist me with my voice. So I hope you guys are going to help me out today. Yeah? So the number to call in is 717-9591. That number again is 717-9591. And if you wish to send me a message, that number is 734-6355. So today is Mind Your Business Monday. There's plenty business to mind. It's 14 days to general election, August 10th, 2020. Today also happens to be the 30th anniversary of the attempted coup, which took place on July 27th, 1990. And that is a day that will always live in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, where a number of lives were lost, where our best ever Prime Minister to wear those shoes and to sit in that chair, Mr. A.N.R. Robinson, used the famous words, attack with full force. You know, so this is a day that all Tobagonians and all Trinbagonians should really take some time to get some deep reflection in about the state of the country back then and the state of the country as it is now. I would hope and pray that the ingredients that went into that event occurring are not being stirred in a pot at this time, because we do have some of those ingredients at play now. We have a frustrated society. We have an economy that's not doing too well. We have persons who or let's just say our public servants, they are working on old salaries, 2013 salaries to be exact. So you're talking about being 7 years behind the level at which people should be be able to spend and be happy and be comfortable at this time. The money is not stretching as far as it used to. And that coupled with a spiraling crime situation are all ingredients that may lead to situations that have negative outcomes. But I'm asking and imploring my people who are listening this morning to just stay the course. Stay the course. It is hard. I get calls and messages every day from people who need genuine help. Persons who just simply want to put shelter over their heads. Persons who simply just want to provide food for their children. Persons who simply just want a job that they can go to, that they can contribute and get paid for to be able to take care of themselves. They're not asking for anybody to mind them. They're not asking for anybody to hand them a handout every Monday morning. They want to work. And it's hard being in this position that I'm in because there's very little that I can do to help right now where I sit. But I hold out hope that on August 10th, 2020, that Trinbagonians and Tobagonians especially will make the best choice that is available to them in terms of the persons who have been offering themselves for representation. I want to be able to do more. I want to be in a position to help my people and not just help them, because help is a temporary thing. I want to be able to empower my people, because when you empower people, you go past the stage of helping and you go to the stage of ensuring that they can help themselves and they are strong enough to be able to help others even. So I don't even like to use the word help. I want to empower people so that they can help themselves and they in turn can empower others. So good morning again to all of you who have joined us this morning. Today is Mind Your Business Mondays. Yeah? So a couple of things happened over the weekend, and I really think I have to put a couple situations to rest immediately. Yeah? And I say this with the utmost love and just, it's almost, I had to kind of laugh when I was taking a nap. Yeah, to get ready to go out yesterday. And I have to send a special good morning to the Blackrock Spring Garden Union Wim Mary's Hill Action Group, PDP Action Group, who came out yesterday evening to walk the entire of Wim and Mary's Hill with me. Good morning, my warrior Spartan women. You guys are awesome. I must thank you for accompanying me yesterday, and my father and his friends and Miss Marilyn from Wim. All you guys did excellent work. Thank you so much for just, walking with me, and the people of Wim and the people of Mary's Hill who welcomed me into their homes yesterday. Thank you so much, guys. I can't wait to be back on Wednesday afternoon when the entire PDP army would be in Mary's Hill, Union, and Wim. And we'll have Mr. Duke there. We'll have Mr. Farley there. We'll have all our deputy political leaders there. And you're going to get to see the might of the Spartan army. But coming back to what was happening, or what happened yesterday, I went on Facebook, and these days I really do hardly, I'm hardly on Facebook, because Facebook gives a mixed bag. You get some good stuff, but you also get a lot of not so good stuff, and I prefer not to see negative things at this time. It's 14 days to the election. I need to keep a very positive spirit about me. I need to ensure that my peace is maintained at all times. So I don't want to see anything that may trigger me. Yeah. So I was looking briefly at Facebook, and then I saw this flyer came up with my face. But I'm like, but I don't know anything about this flyer. Where did this flyer come from? Who is this? And then when I read the caption and I read what it was about, I'm serious. I broke out one laugh. I just broke out one laugh because in my mind, I know they say this is the silly season, and I've seen some things that are not really silly. I've seen some things that are slanderous. I've seen some things that have been the lowest of lows, below the white line in the road type behavior, silly is tame. I haven't really, that's probably the first silly kind of thing I saw, so that's maybe why I laughed, because I don't know. I'm going to put it out there, guys, because I know that my party has responded in an official manner, but I prefer to say my piece. You get it from the horse's mouth. Trinidad and Tobago, Tasha Grace Boris, is still a member of the Progressive Democratic Patriots. Tasha Grace Boris is the candidate for the Progressive Democratic Patriots for Tobago West. I've put it out there again. I am humbled at the fact that Mr. Charles has sought to endorse me, and I accept that with all the love and blessings I think it was intended to be passed on to me. But we must be careful in this time of the things that we do. What may look funny, because my first reaction was to laugh, is really a very, very serious matter. We are bordering on, breaking some laws. Yes, it is written that you cannot put out false information about a candidate, right? And that flyer could give the wrong impression to persons who may not read the caption. They would just look at the picture. They would see me there. They would see the other One Tobago Voice candidate there. And the assumption that could be made is that I am now a One Tobago Voice candidate. I want to put it out there again, publicly, for those of you who might be confused, for those of you who are unaware. I, Tasha Grace Boris, am a member of the Progressive Democratic Patriots. I am a member of only one political party. I am also the candidate for the Progressive Democratic Patriots for Tobago West in the upcoming general election. When you get your ballot paper, the symbol you're going to see next to my name is the bamboo bulife. PDP is the only party I represent. And I am sorry that it got to this place, right? I don't know who orchestrated that flyer. I don't know who sat around a table and thought that that was a good idea. I'm saying that it wasn't a good idea. Yeah? And this is the opportunity, I think, for persons to apologize for putting that out there, especially since it was put out even without my permission. You basically thief my picture from the PDP flyer and you put it on yours, and that is not a good look. Yeah? Nobody spoke to me, nobody asked my permission to do that. And I just need to clear that up. I know my party has cleared it up through official channels, through the media. They sent out a media release yesterday about it and that kind of thing. But let's stay the course now. Please, let's stay the course. It is 14 days to general election. And all manner of things is going to happen in this last 2 weeks to discourage persons from going out to vote, to discourage persons from going out to vote against what we have been experiencing for the last 20 years. I'm saying to you guys, stay the course. Do not get distracted by the things in the atmosphere. Stay the course. Don't study what people have to say. Stay the course. Do not think about what the other parties are doing. Keep your eye firmly on the bamboo bulife. Stay the course. For those of you who might be confused, I am PDP all the way. Stay the course. This is the time for us to stay the course. They have tried all manner of things and they have failed miserably. And desperation seems to be setting in. I want Tobago. I want all to mind all your business. See the lengths that people are going to go to discredit an opposition that has never had the chance to serve in majority government. See the lengths that they will go to discredit us, to discredit me, to discredit Mr. Duke, to discredit our party. Mind all your business. These are the things they do. They either come in your face overtly or they do it covertly. They are going to do all manner of things in the next 14 days. Today makes it exactly 2 weeks to general election 2020, August 10th. Do you know where your polling station is? Do you know your rights when it comes to time off for voting? Do you know these things? Tobago and need all to mind all the business. So I've already dealt with that issue with the One Tobago Voice. Again, I have no issue with being endorsed by anybody. I have no issue with that because I have met the elder statesmen and stateswomen in this island, and their blessings and love is I'm thankful for it. But at the same time, let's please fight this battle in a fair manner. Please let us fight this battle respecting one another. Please let's fight this battle let's just be on our best behavior. That's the only thing I can ask for, because I have seen some terrible behavior. I've seen some terrible behavior from supporters across the board, and the reality is that we know better. So because we know better, I am imploring people, let us do better. Especially let's be an example to Trinidad, because the kind of things that you're seeing sometimes on the other side in terms of what people do to try to get people to not vote or to change their vote or to discredit their candidates. Let's not go down in the gutter anymore. Let's rise ourselves out of the gutter. We have a responsibility, I think, to be the bigger people. We have a responsibility to show an example to our children. If the thing that you're doing is the thing that you don't want your children to do, then it shouldn't be a thing that you do. Right? Your words come back to haunt you. Your actions come back to haunt you. Karma is very, very real. Very, very real. Never forget that people have families out here. People have families. People have families who are on Facebook. They have children. They have people who are looking on. And when you seek to slander people's name and make up lies about them, their family sees that. And when they go low, I will go high. But the reality is that there are effects not just on the person who is involved, but their family and extended family. Okay? So I want Tobago to mind its business. You have to watch how political parties are operating. I must say that I saw some videos from Delaford last night. My PDP Spartans came out in full force last night. You guys made me proud. While we were in WIM doing our walkabouts, you guys were in heavy force up in the east, and all I saw was love. All I saw was happiness. All I saw was good times, nice music. I saw people freeing themselves and feeling liberated, singing to the top of their lungs and waving their PDP flags. And this is why I love this party. That is why I love this party. But when I look on the other side, I don't really see so many happy people, though. Yeah? And when you see parties stooping to the levels that some parties have stooped to try to discredit their opponents, it really says a lot about that party and those people associated with that party. So let's be better. Let's do better, because we have an opportunity to do so. Let us do that. Yeah? Tobagonians have always been held in such high esteem across this nation. Let us not drag our good Tobago proud heritage in the gutter because of an election. We all have to live here on the 11th of August and elsewhere and going forward. Yeah? So today is Mind Your Business Mondays. Mind Your Business Tobago. Let me talk about the elections that are approaching on August 10th, 2020. Now, let me talk about the process a little bit. Polling stations are going to be open from 6 a.m. And as far as we are aware, in spite of the COVID regulations, the election is going to take place on one day. So voting is going to take place from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. You're welcome to line up before 6 a.m. to enter the polling station to ensure that you get there early. Now, there are certain protocols that will be enacted as a result of COVID regulations. You will have to sanitize your hands. You may have to wear a mask to enter the polling station, and during your interaction, you may have to keep that mask on. So for those of you who are planning to go out and vote, make sure you have your masks ready. What I would do for the persons who are coming, and especially those of our supporters who intend to go out and vote early, we may be able to make some disposable masks available. For those of you who may have just forgotten your mask at home and you don't have a mask at the ready to go in to vote, don't let a mask prevent you from exercising your franchise, yes? So that when you go into the polling station, you would be checked on the list to ensure that you are on the list. You can use your ID card to vote. For those of you who have ID cards that expire during during the COVID period and could not get them renewed, your ID cards have been extended to be valid until the 31st of December 2020. So if your ID card expired during the time of COVID lockdown, which was the end of March to very early in June, your ID card, the expiry has been extended and it is now valid for you to use to vote until December 31st, 2020. So don't let an expired ID card stop you from voting. That is one. Two, you can use your ID card or you can use your valid driver's permit or a valid passport to vote. So even though you may not have an ID card, if your name is on the voters list, you can use your driver's permit or you can use your passport as a form of identification to vote. When you are issued your ballot paper, the officer would show you how to fold that paper. For those of you who are scared that there's the possibility that somebody is going to know who you voted for, let me put those fears to rest this morning. Because I've been getting reports from persons who are workers in different types of programs in Tobago who are being told that they will be victimized if they do not vote for a particular party on election day. I'm saying to you that the only person who knows who you vote for is you and God above. What happens in that booth behind that screen is between you, the booth, and God. There is no identifying mark on that ballot that ties that ballot to you. Okay? They do not have any identifying marks on that ballot that ties that ballot to you. Your vote is confidential unless you walk out the polling station and tell everybody who you voted for. Your vote is confidential. There are independent officials who are doing the checking at the level of the EBC, independent and competent officials. There are also observers from all political parties once they have their personnel available to observe the activities in any polling station. And some of those agents have powers to be able to question certain things or to examine ballots. So the process is very, very sturdy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the process is very sturdy. So for those of you who may have a concern that somebody can know for certain who you voted for, I am going to lay that fear to rest this morning. There is nothing on that ballot paper, save and except you scroll your name on the back of it. And even if you do that, you will probably spoil your ballot, right? Because the only mark that you're supposed to make on your ballot is that X in that space, in that designated space. Yes? If you make more than one X all over the ballot, you spoil your ballot. So as long as you make your X in the designated space, there is nothing on that ballot paper. Your name is not on it. You don't have to sign. The only person who signs that is the officer who has to put their initials on it, I think. But outside of that, there is nothing tying that ballot paper to you. So I want you guys to know that unless of course you walk out the polling station and advertise to all and sundry who you just voted for, nobody can know who you voted for. And for those persons, whoever you are, whatever party you represent, if you are out here trying to instill fear into people about the voting process and trying to get them to vote one way versus another by dangling their employment over their heads, stop it. You just need to stop it. We live in a democratic society. People have the right to support any political entity that they wish to support. If they support one color this year, they could change the color next year. In fact, they could change colors as many times as they want, because that is what democracy means: having a right and having rights, having choices. And we are out here treating big people like little children and telling them who to vote for. And if it is you don't support my party, I'm going to make life a living hell for you. Is that the kind of people we want in charge in Tobago? Is that the kind of people that we want in charge of our treasury? Is that the kind of people we want making decisions for us? Is that the kind of people we want as managers and leaders in our workplaces? No, that's not the kind of people that we want. That's not the kind of people that Tobago people are. So stop it. Stop that. Don't do it. Do not threaten people with your power that you have in the workplace, telling them that you will be victimized if you don't vote for a political party. That is not your place. That is not your place. And the time has come for us to start to take seriously these threats against workers made by supervisors and managers and administrators, wherever you are, whoever you are, in terms of victimizing people based on their political choice. Tobago, you need to mind your business because you need to know your rights. You need to know your rights. As long as you have evidence of victimization, discrimination, whatever it may look like, because of a perceived political choice that you have made, you have rights. You can take your employer to court. You can take your employer to court. Use your phone and record them. When they send their threats to you, use your phone and record them. When they WhatsApp you, screenshot it and bring it to the PDP. We have lawyers on standby, ready to fight and defend our people. It cannot be that we are following the rules on our side. We are doing our best to fall within line of everything that needs to happen to ensure that this election is fought freely and fairly. But you on the other side are using underhanded tactics to get people to support you. This is not a dictatorship. This is not your house. This Tobago doesn't only belong to one party. And let me go back in the history. The reality is that Tobago was never PNM. Let me talk the things for a little 2 seconds. Tobago has always been a strong opposition people, whoever that opposition has been. And a lot of our opposition movements have been centered around personalities. We had the Robinson Murray era. We had the Robinson Pam Nicholson era. We had the Ho Choi Charles era. We had the Ashworth Jack era. Now we have the Watson Duke era. Tobago has always had to fight for itself and fight for its rights against a government in Trinidad that never took Tobago seriously. So when people say Tobago is PNM country, that is far from the truth. That is far from the truth. So I don't want anybody on that side and in that party thinking that Tobago's votes belong to them. Tobago's votes do not belong to you. Allow persons the freedom to vote how they please. Allow persons the freedom to associate how they feel. Let them join their political parties wherever they are. Tobago, you need to mind your business because there's a lot of victimization taking place in workplaces across Tobago. And they're going to try all manner of things to, one, either get you to vote for them, or two, force you not to go out to the polls. Suppress your vote. Suppress your voice. Tell you that if you vote against them, you're going to lose your job. That is illegal. Tell you you're going to be transferred. They're going to write you up. They're going to do all manner of things. Those things are illegal. Those things are illegal, Tobago. So for those of you out there, at any point in time, if you have experienced victimization at the hands of your employers because of your political choice, give me a call. Send me a message on 315-6720. I'll say that number again, 315-6720. Send me the recordings, send me the screenshots. And trust me, we have lawyers on standby who are waiting to defend our people. Because the time has come for us to stand up for ourselves. The time has come for us to use our voices collectively wherever we are, wherever we may be. Stand up against victimization. Stand up against oppression. Stand up against those who want to keep us down. Stand up against those who are using heavy-handed tactics to get us to not vote them out. If they have not been performing, vote them out. Vote them out. That is what democracy is about. You try somebody, if they don't perform, vote them out too. But big men and big women should not have to worry when they go into their workplaces. that over the weekend they were in a PDP rally and somebody seeing them on a video or on a live, they walk across the screen. And then when they get to work in the morning, is a set of prayers and long talk. And sometimes they come to you with the softest of voices. They come to you with the softest of voices and they try to tell you, you have to be careful with who you support and you have to be careful with what colors you wear and where you go and who you congregate with. And then there are others who would blatantly tell you in your face that if you are opposition, you will lose your work. They are not afraid to tell you that because they have been in power for so long. I'm saying that, Tobago, this is the time for us to break that yoke. This is the time for us to break that chain. This is the time for us to choose better. This is the time for us to get rid of these modern-day slave masters. This is the time for us to free up the zest. Gather your evidence. Smartphones are everywhere. Gather your evidence. Tape them. Take their picture. Keep the screenshots. Record them. Record the interactions. And when they call you to meetings, call us. Let us come and help you. Let us come and stand with you. Because you're entitled to independent representation in these meetings. They're not supposed to be having meetings with you by yourself. You're entitled to union representation in the case where you may have a union. And if you don't have a union that represents you, you're entitled to have somebody there with you, whether it be a legal person or someone of your choosing. Mind your business, Tobago. For those of you who are in workplace who encourage open victimization of members of staff, give me a call. Send me a text, 315-6720. I will not stand idly by and listen to the cries of my people who are out here just trying to live a good life. And there are a group of people who are trying to stop that. There are a group of people who are not interested in you living good. They're more interested in cementing themselves in power. And power at your expense. Because if they have to fire you, they go fire you. If they have to move you, they go move you. If they have to do everything in their life to in their power to make your life a living hell, they would do it. Are these people you want to vote for? I saw a video over the weekend. God and I did a live, and he was talking about the fact that 2 and 3 and 4 and fortnights passing and they're not getting paid. Workers are not getting paid. But you know, you wouldn't hear the talk about disrespect. Tobago at a mining business, Tobago is supposed to receive quarterly disbursements from central government. They changed it. They illegally started to give us monthly disbursements. And our Tobago House of Assembly said nothing and have continued to say nothing on our behalf. The government is breaking the law to the people of Tobago. You need to wake up and mind your business because they're not going to tell you these things. And that when these monthly disbursements come late, people can't get paid. And you know who don't get paid? The secretary does get paid. The assistant secretary getting paid. The people in the accounts department getting paid. You know who not getting paid? The workers on the ground. The people who get paid fortnightly. All you're not getting paid. Now, you see, if it was a situation where everybody wasn't getting paid, I could understand. I remember a man stand up and say late payments would be a thing of the past. Where is that man for today? Where is that man for today? Late payments would be a thing of the past, but under your stewardship, it probably only became worse. And it still continues to this day. And you're only just living up to your name. Promises never materialize. Why is it that somebody who is getting paid $800 a fortnight, you hear what I say, Tobago? $800 a fortnight, not 800 US, 800 TT dollars a fortnight, which is $1,600 a month. You're telling me you cannot find money to pay people $800 a fortnight, but the secretary's salary in the bank. The secretary's salary in the bank, along with all their other allowances, We live in a society where we elect politicians to office and the politicians keep fixing their business election cycle in and election cycle out. And you know who suffers? The people suffer. All I had to mind all the business and watch who begging for all your votes now. And this is not to blow my own horn or anything like that. But this is what happens when we go out to fix roofs in particular. I can't fix a roof. I am not a tradesperson. Right? I always tell my team I'm there to put a smile on your face and motivate you. That is my role. Because the guys who know that work and do it perfectly, they don't need my help to pass a piece of wood or a nail or a hammer or nothing. I tell my team I'm there to motivate you guys, make sure that everything is okay, that you have water, you have beverages, you get food. That is my role. But you know what I do with my guys? They could tell you. When they come off of that roof, after however long the day has been, and even though I have been there with them for most of the day, I always eat last. I always walk around to the guys and make sure that they eat because they were the ones doing the work. They were the ones in the hot sun. They were the ones who got up at 6 o'clock ready to rumble and on people's roof before 7. They are the ones who don't come down until the work is done. And I make sure these guys eat before me. I tell them, look, you do the work. You deserve to eat before me. And I always eat last. I always make sure they get fed. And becoming a representative, because representatives are there to serve. And you can serve your people in different ways. And sometimes simply allowing them to have a meal before you. That is the ultimate act of service. So I don't understand how we have people in positions of authority and power in this island who think it is okay for them to get their salaries on time every month, month in and month out. But you have people who are actually out there doing the work who cannot get pay. Who cannot get pay. And when you look at the salaries that these people are getting, you don't think it easy to pay a man $800 a fortnight versus your $23,000 a month? You don't think it easier? You know how much people you could pay with $23,000? Might be everybody, but at least some people going to get pay. And we need to address that. Why is it that there is money to pay our elected officials and no money to pay the workers? Tobago, mind your business. You had to watch them. Any one of them came to you during the time that you ain't getting paid because them getting their salary, you know. They ever come to you and say, you know, I understand, all you ain't get paid and we trying to, you know, work out whatever the problem is. Any of them came back to you and said, this is the reason why you cannot get paid, or this is the reason why your payment is going to be late. Because these are adults, these are big men and big women. They have obligations. You think the bank care that you didn't pay? They have obligations to institutions. Or they're not even calling the bank and say, look, we're going to be paying this section of workers late. Can you all put something in place so that they don't get penalized if some of them have loans with your institutions? Because banks tack on their late fees. They don't care that you getting paid late. You have to pay the late fees. And I have to talk about banks because banks in Tobago are not Tobago friendly. All I know, THA always paying the workers late. And yet still, all up charging the workers late fees as if it's their fault that they're getting paid late. They're showing up to work on time, working and can't get paid. And the THA is not even doing anything in its capacity as the largest employer on the island and as the supreme, the sovereign democratic institution on the island to try to protect its workers from its own shortcomings. Because the shortcomings that exist are not the workers' fault. Not the fault of the workers. Accounts personnel have their role, and if it is the vote have no money, they can't issue bounce checks. They cannot do that, and nobody in authority is coming out to address that issue. But when people go and inquire about their salaries, or you're cussing them. When people asking how soon, when, so that people could plan their lives, or you're more vexed than them. Tobago people, that is the kind of people who want to keep in power, people who have no compassion, people who have no respect, people who don't have a care in the world for people. That is who all want to be in charge here. Well, if that is what all want, you all will vote for that. But if you want something different, if you want caring, compassionate leadership, if you want a family that would take care of each and every one of its members, make the better choice on August 10th. Tobago, I want all to mind all your business. Judge people by their works. I could never sit as a secretary in charge of an assembly, of a division, knowing fully well that my workers are getting trouble for pay and feel comfortable and sleep in the night knowing that my salary in the bank. We have a call on the line. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I have a question. If the money for Tobago from Trinidad is budgeted money, and they produce a budget every year, how is it that they run out of money for 2 and 3 months? Because that's almost a quarter.
Yes, caller, I'm hearing you. Go ahead, or you're finished.
No, that's it. And has anybody in PNM THE ever sat down and thought to themselves that the late payment of money for a man who has a wife and a child to mind could be part of the reason why there's robbery and all kind of thing that they don't talk about?
Caller, thank you for your comment. Now, you make a very good point. Money that has already been budgeted for, because I'm guessing the THA follows the law. They submit their budgets to central government, to Ministry of Finance, and that is how disbursements should take place. So is it that disbursements are coming late and somebody needs to stand up and say something about that? Because it's funny that when the central government was in the hands of a different entity called the PP government, we heard the most cries about not victimization, disrespect. Disrespect. But it's not disrespectful for Tobago to get monthly disbursements rather than quarterly disbursements, which is the law. That is not disrespect. It's not disrespect if it comes from your own people and your own party. Say that. Say that if another government was to do you the same thing that your party is doing to you, that it would be disrespect. But it's because it's your people. Just like our Prime Minister told our Chief Secretary to hush and sit down. Or they're just there hushing and sitting down. Yeah? It's okay to hush and sit down because it's your party people doing it to you. But it's not just you. It's the people of Tobago that want to cry encroachment. They want to cry encroachment. But when it's your party doing it to you, it's not encroachment. It's par for the course. It's expected. Eat your biscuit and hush your mouth. Tobagonians, this is who you want to represent you. You need to mind your business and examine the horns. Watch them, judge them by their works. So how is it that people are still getting late payments? Well, the only thing I could assume is that the disbursements are coming late. That's the only thing that I can assume. In the absence of any other information, because nobody's standing up on the other side and saying anything to people, I just kind of have to assume that the money is coming late. And because the money comes late, then everything else is thrown back. However late the money is coming, that I don't know. That I don't know. And it would be really nice for somebody to stand up and say something to these workers who are negatively affected fortnight in and fortnight out. You mean to tell me you running an assembly for 20 years and you still cannot pay workers on time? That is an indictment on your management. It's an indictment on your leadership. That is an indictment that people people in Tobago, after 20 years of having one party in charge, they know all the ropes, they know the rules, they know what should happen, they know what shouldn't happen, they know the systems, they know the processes, they have the procedures, they have everything spelled out, lined up. And yet still, in 2020, people still getting paid late. Tobago, is this the kind of people you want in charge still? All you need to mind all your business. Some are all you, whatever till all you're dead. And it could be so because your bread, butter, and 10,000 side, you don't have to worry about nothing. But there's a significant portion of the population who don't even have a piece of bread to butter. There's a significant portion of the population who can't even smell bread. But you want to insist that that section of the population continues to suffer because your bread butter? What kind of Tobago is that? I'm not encouraging that. I'm not encouraging a Tobago where a certain section of the population could eat good and the rest of we have to suffer. That is not the Tobago that we know. That the same way that a man could go 3 and 4 fortnights without getting paid, the politicians should not get paid. The politicians should not get paid because it's the people that have elected you to serve. And the day that we make it so that if workers do not get paid, if every category of worker who is in your division is not paid as at whatever pay date they're supposed to be paid, the politician's salary is on hold. Because it is your job to ensure that the people who you lead are okay. It is your job to ensure that the people who you are in charge of can work and get fairly compensated on time for that work. And if they have been working and they are not getting compensated, then you can't get compensated neither. And the PDP aims to bring that type of accountability to its governance. Whatever the problem is, whether it be a problem at the level of the public servants or a problem at the level of central government with respect to these disbursements, we have to solve that problem once and for all. Once and for all. I'm asking Tobago to mind your business. Mind your business. Because this not just affects certain sections of the population, and pay is just one issue. These late payments affect payments to our suppliers, small businesses who are in debt up to their throats because why? The THA owing them for months and for years. That corruption has become so embedded in our culture that persons who are supplying to the THA put an additional markup because of the time they have to wait to get paid. They have to do that because of the inefficiencies that currently exist, whoever is at fault. And it cannot be that people who have been in governance for 20 years are still making excuses for inefficiencies in the system that they're supposed to be administrating. That suppliers now have to put an additional markup on their invoices just to account for the length of time it takes to get paid. That in jazz festivals past, we ensure to have checks available to foreign artists. Even before they touch down in Tobago, a check is ready. Because some of them, they have such strict booking policies. You have to pay down 50% before they even leave the country. And as soon as they land or as soon as they finish perform, you have to have that check with that other 50%. But our local artists and musicians had to come out publicly and say that they haven't been paid. That persons still have not been paid from Carifesta since August last year. People still ain't receive grants. These are the kind of people you all want to go back there. What make all the think that after 20 years they'll wake up one morning and decide to care for you? What makes you think that after 20 years of encouraging a dependency syndrome in Tobago, that they would all of a sudden want to empower you? An empowered Tobago is what they are afraid of. An empowered electorate is what they are afraid of. So that is why they use fear tactics, scare tactics, intimidation. They victimize you. They put bad in your way. They're probably walking over on you. Because an empowered Tobagonian will make the best choice for themselves and their family, and they know they are not the best choice. That is the reality. That is the situation that we face. I want Tobago to mind its business. I want Trinidad and Tobago to mind its business. The lengths that political parties will go to get your vote. And when they get into power, they demonstrate that they have not a care in the world for you. That is where we are at. So you sometimes even just have to look at the individuals. You even have to forget the party color. Right? Look at the individuals who are offering themselves up for service. Tobago, I want all you to mind all your business. This is Mind Your Business Mondays. If you would like to call in, the number is 717-9591. 717-9591. We can do better, Tobago. We can have a Tobago where people are free to choose, and truly free to choose. That's the kind of Tobago that I want to see. So that when you have a Tobago House of Assembly being the largest employer on the island and owing millions of dollars to its suppliers, what do you think happens? Our systems shut down. Our schools don't have photocopying machines and paper and ink. We'll take this call. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you today?
Trying to be good. But I am wondering, in the context of what we're discussing, how is it different? Because you are asking if these are the people that people want to lead them. The alternative is not much better, because the alternative is taking monies belonging to one entity from where it's supposed to be and banking it in another entity.
Caller, you're breaking up. Right, so the little bit I heard of that caller is talking about an alternative. Well, to me, the only alternative is to change who's in leadership, change who's in governance. Because if somebody has shown you what they give, they've told you this is their capacity, that they cannot do any better than they have been doing. And we have had different persons in charge. We have had different personalities in the form of secretaries over the last 20 years. And if all they did was do worse, there was a point in time they did not even have an opposition in the Tobago House of Assembly. And nothing changed. Nothing improved. If they are telling you that this that we have seen for the last 20 years is the best of what they can give, don't you think that it's time to give somebody else a chance to do better? Don't you think it's time to give somebody else the opportunity to be better and demonstrate that better can be done? Caller's calling back. Yes, caller.
Me again. Yeah, we are saying change who is there, but the person who are putting themselves up to replace who is there is the one who is doing what I just mentioned. Because your leader is the one who took the PSA money and banked it in a different bank so that the PSA can't get to it.
Caller, Mr. Duke would be on immediately after my show. Any concerns you have about Mr. Duke's tenure as PSA leader, you can take it up with him. But let me make it very clear. Mr. Duke is not running for the Tobago House of Assembly. Mr. Duke is aiming to be the Member of Parliament for Tobago East. He will not have access to THA funds because he will not be a member of the Assembly any longer. Yeah? So your concerns about replacing who is there with who is to come. The person who is to come is Mr. Farley Chavez Augustine. That is the person who has been given that mantle and that mandate to lead the charge for the PDP into the THA. And trust me, I don't think Mr. Augustine could do any worse than what we have seen taken place so far. I don't think he could do any worse than that. So let me allay your fears a little bit. Mr. Duke is aiming to become the Member of Parliament for Tobago East. So if you're mistaken, let me repeat. Mr. Duke is running in the general election. That general election is taking place on August 10th, 2020. Mr. Duke is aiming to become the Member of Parliament for Tobago East. Mr. Duke wants to represent the constituents of Tobago East at the level of Parliament in Trinidad. Mr. Duke, once he wins, will no longer be a member of the Tobago House of Assembly. Right? So let me just clear that little misconception up. We have another caller. Good morning.
Good morning. That caller who just called in, I want to say something to him. When you have modern technology, you have to be careful how you use it. You see what you just said? You open yourself to something they call slander. And slander nowadays is not an easy charge. It's not an easy allegation. You go to court, the whole world is going to hear what you said. And if you want to tarnish someone's character, you have to have the information. Your phone number is easy to get, and what you're doing, don't do it again. You're making a mistake. Okay, sir?
Caller, thank you for that comment and that caution. Yeah? Don't talk things you don't know. That's the bottom line. Do not talk things that you do not know, that you have no evidence of. So thank you, caller, for that caution. Going back on topic, Mind Your Business Mondays. I just got a comment and I want to read it out. And this is from one of my regular listeners. I have seen where upon dissolution of Parliament, the Tobago Self-Government Bill has lapsed effective July 3rd. Where does that now leave Tobago? Does it mean that bill will have to be relayed in Parliament? Further, if that is the case, why is it the Prime Minister did not make this information available to Tobagonians and by extension Trinidad and Tobago? All I heard from the PM in his defense as the status of the bill was, the bill is now before the Joint Select Committee. Can't the PM be forthcoming with the people and let us know exactly what's going on with the bill? Why all the ducking? Very, very good questions. And my little layman understanding of what happens in Parliament. And I invite anybody who knows more than me to call. What happens when a bill has lapsed? Basically, what it means is that the session, that particular session of the Parliament, that period in time which that bill should have been laid in the Parliament and debated and gone to the lower house and the upper house and all of these things, that session has expired with the dissolution of Parliament, and that bill, every bill, not just the Tobago bill, but every bill that was on the books waiting to be debated has now lapsed. Right? And that process may have to be restarted in a new session of Parliament. So the election is going to take place, a new government is going to go in, and when I say government here, I'm not speaking about a political party, I'm talking about a government, because the government is supposed to represent us all. So a new government is going to go in from August 10th, and then this process may have to be started over. But I'm welcome to correction on that. Anybody who knows about the process is welcome to call in and give a little bit more insight as to that. But basically, the bill is dead. That's what it means. The bill is dead. Right? And I do not know if it is that it has to go back to the stage of coming back to the people of Tobago to consult, because even when it was before Joint Select Committee, they were making changes. I am unaware as to the status of that bill, what that bill looks like, because it is not the thing that we send down the road. Because the Joint Select Committee's responsibility is to examine the bill. And if there are sections of the bill that are under question or are under contention or that they need legal advice about, those sections would probably be taken out, or those sections may be changed, amended, altered. So that bill may have undergone several transformations since it was laid before that Joint Select Committee. So at this time, we in Tobago do not have a clue what has been changed in that bill. We don't know what has been removed. We don't know what has been taken out and amended. We don't know. And that bill, which was in front of the Joint Select Committee, may look very different to the document that we sent to Trinidad. It may not truly show the wishes of the people of Tobago. And that is why this autonomy issue is so important. Tobago, mind your business. When Trinidad and Tobago went to Britain in 1961 with the Independence Constitution, asking for our independence from Britain, we sent them our constitution. They didn't put it in front of any Joint Select Committee and say, well, not Trinidad and Tobago can't get that and Deb can't get this, and let me take that out and let me change this. They gave Trinidad and Tobago exactly what they asked for. They gave Trinidad and Tobago exactly what they asked for. So why is it in this time, 2020, Tobago cannot get exactly what it asks for? Is it that what we are asking for is unreasonable? And should we even have to ask? Is Trinidad now our colonial masters, that we have to go and ask for our powers and they have to sit on their thrones, wherever the thrones exist, and decide whether or not to grant Tobago its powers? Have we exchanged our British colonial masters for Trinidadian colonial masters? And I'm only repeating the words of Dr. Eric Williams, because he said that about Tobago. Mind your business, the history is there, people. Dr. Eric Williams said that Tobago exchanged its British colonial masters for Trinidadian colonial masters. He said that. And that is the way it is. Because there are people on the other side who hold the school of thought that Tobago is not entitled to get what it asks for. Tobagonians, I want all to mind all your business. In 1976, when we went with 2 independent representatives to Parliament, we got the Tobago House of Assembly. We got the Tobago House of Assembly. An assembly that party didn't want. They sent their emissaries down to Trinidad and told them, no, we just want to remain a county council, just increase the powers a little bit and increase the pay. That is what they said. They never wanted the Tobago House of Assembly, but they will never tell you that. But they're in the house now and they don't want to leave. They're like bad cockroaches. They don't want to leave. Well, my extraction team, ready to extract them from office. This is the time, PDP Spartans. This is the time, Tobago. That party never wanted Tobago to realize its fullest potential. And you've seen them in governance for the last 20 years. What industries do we have to show for their governance? What sustainable economy do we have to show for their governance? 20 years and $45 billion later. We have a I Love You Tobago sign and a water tank in Shore Park. Tobago, mind your business, drive around Tobago. You buy a nice vehicle. Well, bank's giving away vehicle now, so you buy a nice Kia, you buy a nice Toyota, a nice Hyundai, and you're driving around Tobago, and the roads are some of the most terrible. We have another call. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
I'm all right this morning. How are you?
Okay. You made a good point there that the TNM never wanted a Tobago House of Assembly. In fact, they fought tooth and nail to prevent Tobago from getting its internal self-government. Right? We had a time period in Tobago when we were treated less than. We had to go to Trinidad for every single thing, and we still have to. So the reason why the PNM is playing games with that bill, they never intended to pass that bill. They had people like fools going around giving up their ideas of what type of internal self-government we needed. They had us like little children, and they disrespected our time because we took our time to go to those meetings. We took our time to give our ideas and to bring it up for discussion from Charlottesville to Crum Point, and they disrespected us because they did not value the time that we took off of or doing our house duties, going into the garden, going to our farms to go to those meetings, and they took that bill and shoved it, and now the bill is dead, and they didn't have the audacity to not even come back. They didn't even have the manners to come back and tell us what went on with that bill. We must make them answer. We must ask them what is the problem with the bill, why they couldn't pass it. It is in time for us to get off of our butts and let our representatives know that we are serious. This is disrespect. This is total disrespect for the time that we took to put ideas and to discuss that bill. I thank you.
Caller, thank you so much. And Tobago should be enraged. We have a right to be upset. This is an indictment on the leadership of our Prime Minister, who calls himself a Tobagonian. This is an indictment on our 2 elected MPs. That when they are coming to you, they are standing on platforms begging you for another 5 years. And they cannot even face you and tell you why they did not use their voices to get that bill debated. At least if it was debated, Tobagonians could say yes. Even if the opposition in Trinidad did not support it, that we did not get that special majority, at least Tobagonians could say yes, they kept their promise. And when you would come back to campaign for another 5 years, Tobagonians could watch you and say, well, at least you tried. At least you tried. But no, you didn't try. The caller is right. You waste Tobago people time. You had be like a puppy show. Spend money for consultation. Spend money to set up secretariat. Had Tobago people coming out in their numbers because we believed. We believed that this was the time for us to be able to go forward. Tobagonians were looking forward to our autonomy, and you failed us. You failed us. Tobago, I want all you to mind all your business. Can you trust a party and their people who have lied to you and who don't even have the manners, the gumption, or the gall to face you like a big man and a big woman and say, yes, I failed. Yes, I did not do what I set out to do. Yes, I did not do my best. They don't even have the gall. They will stand on a platform and tell you, take the roof and run. Where is our autonomy bill? We sent you to mind Tobago's business in the parliament. What did you do? Thump on desks for 5 years. Thump on desks for 5 years. 2 independent representatives for Tobago got the Tobago House of Assembly. And I'm saying to you, Tobago, it is our intention as 2 independent representatives in Parliament to settle this issue once and for all. Whatever we have to do, whatever needs to be done. Because the people of Tobago have been crying out for the longest while for self-actualization. And all we've had is cemented a regime who is insistent on keeping us dependent. The time for that is over. August 10th is the first battle. August 10th, 2020. We need to send a signal in Tobago. We may be a long-suffering people, But after all this time, you have nothing to show and nothing good to say. And your campaign strategy, the length and breadth of your campaign strategy is discrediting Duke and trying to align us to the UNC. But you cannot campaign on performance. You cannot campaign on the autonomy bill that you say that you was going to bring home, that you never bring home. You cannot campaign on creating anything sustainable in Tobago. You cannot campaign on anything that you have done. You could bring out a list and say, oh, you build police station. You put brick there. You put cement there. You build police station. Police station was in train long before you were even born. Those are things that governments do. It's your job to maintain the country. And that includes seeing about the welfare of your people, which includes building infrastructure such as police stations, fire stations, hospitals, road systems, schools. Yeah, that is the role of governance. So you don't get a pass because you get paid. You don't get a pat on your back because somebody else do the work. You didn't do the work. All you did was cut a ribbon. Mind all your business, Tobago. They're trying to take fame because they cut a ribbon. You know, if you wasn't in power, somebody else would have cut the ribbon, right? I don't think you understand that. If you were not the elected representative and somebody else was there, the ribbon would have cut. Politicians should not take credit for doing the jobs that they have been elected to do. What did you do otherwise? What did you do? You give out a few hampers and a few food cards and you victimize a couple people? That is the length and breadth of what you call performance? And you want me to give you another chance? To do what? Absolutely nothing? Absolutely nothing. Tobago deserves better. And Tobago, you have to believe that you deserve better. You have to believe that. You must believe that this time. If no other time in the history of Tobago, this is the time for Tobagonians to believe and demand better. When they come to your homes, because they have their canvassing teams out in full force, ask them one question. What happened to the autonomy bill? Just ask them that. What did our representative do to try to get the autonomy bill debated in Parliament? If you could answer me that question, I might think about it. Anybody who is coming to canvass for you in a red jersey, tell them you have a question for the representative who is seeking your vote a second time around. Let it call them on the phone because they might not be right there. Let it call them on the phone. Ask them to talk because they want your vote, so you should at least be able to talk to them on the phone. Yeah, let it call them on the phone because I'm sure all of them had a phone number now. All of a sudden they are now accessible. All of a sudden now they're answering their messages on Facebook and WhatsApp and all of these places. Well, if it's one thing I did when I got into this was give out my phone number free sheet. I might not always answer the phone, that is true. Because I'm on radio right now and my phone ringing. But I try to respond to all of my text messages, at least all of my inbox messages, whether it be on Facebook or on my page, I respond. And it's actually easier for people to message me or send me a voice note. Because I mightn't have time to talk on the phone. I'm always on the go. I gave out my number from day one because I'm serious about representing my people. So all of a sudden now they're accessible. All of a sudden now they're answering their messages, and all of a sudden now you could get onto them. So when those red-clad people come to your house, when those red-clad people come, and the rep is not there for you to question them, I want you to say, hey, what? I want you to get the rep on the phone for me. Because I see them in 5 years, so I want to talk to them at least. Right? And if you get to talk to them, ask them, what happened to the autonomy bill? Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Ms. Boris. I'm calling again. If the argument that the PNM has is that PDP is fronting for the UNC, what do they mean by that? Do they mean that the UNC is detrimental to Tobagonians? The UNC is not going to help Tobagonians? The UNC is going to be worse than the PNM? The evidence that we have does not suggest that. From 1956 to 1986, PNM had 6 consecutive 5-year terms to try to help Tobago to get to the stage where it could be on its own, to assist in economic development of the country and so on. Wouldn't be a burden. And this thing didn't start in 1956. It started in 1889 when Britain stupidly linked Tobago to Trinidad as a ward. And when you become a ward, become like a big brother, becoming the executor of your father, your parents' property and wealth, and control it, and leave you as a little sister suffering. You have to go cap in hand begging for something while they and their children exact everything from the family assets. It's the same thing be happening with Trinidad and Tobago. I tell you something that was told to me and others by Mr. Robinson when he became Prime Minister. He told us that the people from BP, one of the senior executives, asked for an audience to see him. Said he was coming to the Caribbean, he wanted to see him. And the BP man brought some drawings. That's when BP was dealing with oil and so on in Trinidad at the time. And he showed Mr. Robinson, there were 2 sets of drawings. He said, these are what our company gave your Prime Minister. And your Prime Minister said, no, we can't allow the Tobagonians to see this. They're going to have other ideas. BP's exploration would have shown wealth of gas and oil around in Tobago's waters. But Williams did not want Tobagonians to be aware of that. They wanted us to have that narrative that Tobago was cap in hand, mendicant, didn't have anything, and depended solely on Trinidad. Whereas it was Trinidad who was dependent on Tobago and was extracting all the resources from Tobago to build Trinidad. Do you understand the argument I'm giving you?
Yes, I do.
The PNM now is following this. They don't have any argument. They had the time, they had the money, and they had no ideas, and they have no intention of making Tobago progress to the stage where it's supposed to be. So that argument is a wasteful, weak argument that doesn't make sense. The UNC has given Tobago, the Indians in Trinidad have given Tobago more than the so-called black government gave Tobago over the nearly 60 years of governance. So that's an argument that is old, stupid, and doesn't make sense. And those in the assembly right now, those in the central government right now are weak. They can do nothing to advance our cause. Okay? All right.
Thank you, caller. And you have just summed up the feelings of a number of Tobagonians. Your arguments are weak. Red Army or Red Devils or Red Brigade or whatever it is you call yourself, well, the argument's kind of weak. Tobagonians are fed up of hearing you link every opposition entity to the UNC. As of now, you don't realize that that's not working? You may have tried it once and it worked. You may have tried it twice and it was all right. But third time, fourth time, fifth time, how many times are you going to go down the road with that very, very, very weak argument? Tobago was never PNM country. Tobago people rallied around its good leaders. Tobago rallied around Mr. Robinson and Mr. Murray. They rallied around Mr. Robinson and Miss Pam Nicholson. They rallied around Mr. Ho Choi Charles. They rallied around Ashworth Jack. And now they will rally around Watson, Duke, and Farley Augustine. Yeah, that is what we will do. Because we need to recognize, we need to accept that Tobago has been given a raw deal. And we have been given a raw deal for a very, very, very long time. And the time has come for us to now stand up and say, look, enough is enough. Enough is enough. We have tried red, we have tried yellow, we have tried other things, and it didn't work. So the red car come back and promise you this thing. They cannot do that. They shouldn't. But they probably have no shame, so they might try. They probably ain't have no shame. So I was saying to you, for those of you whose doorsteps they're going to show up at for the next 14 days, ask to speak to your rep. If the rep is not there, let them put them on the phone. Because all of a sudden they're available. Yeah, they're available to talk to constituents. They're available. Let them get them on the phone and ask them one question. Why didn't you advocate for that autonomy bill to be laid in Parliament on behalf of the people of Tobago? Ask them that one question. Put aside everything else. Put aside everything else. Because you're trying to give them the opportunity here. You're still trying to give them a chance to show you that they try something. Because I still hold out hope that people, in the absence of information on our side, that I still want to believe that our two reps actually were willing to risk the wrath of our Prime Minister and stand up for Tobago. I want to believe that. I want to think that that was possible, that they just, in some cabinet meeting over the 5 years, at some point Tobago business might have come up. I'm hoping that at some point during the last 5 years that there was a cabinet meeting to discuss Tobago business. And in that cabinet meeting, our representatives stood up and said, Mr. Prime Minister, we need to get this thing settled. I want to believe that they did that. But the evidence is pointing otherwise. The evidence is saying different. The evidence is saying to me that they accepted the jobs as our MPs. They enjoyed the perks of office. And now they are asking you to get a second chance to enjoy the perks of office. To hell with that autonomy bill. Let it go to Joint Select Committee. Whatever happen. I am a minister. Or I am a minister in the ministry of. Tobago go sort himself out. The Prime Minister, when he ready, he go fix that man. And you went there and you just didn't get the job done. You didn't. In the 5 years that you have been there, I have seen a number of indoor facilities open across Trinidad. When I was shown the indoor facility, the location for the indoor facility in Wim yesterday, and I saw a herd of sheep grazing where the sportswomen and sportsmen of women environs should be playing football or playing basketball or playing netball. And that I was told by residents that every election time, a backhoe just come and push down the grass. And that is it. That area was represented by a sitting chief secretary. And that facility is just a foundation for years. We had a Tobagonian as Minister of Youth Affairs and Sport. That foundation is still grass. And you're now turning this out for Tobago indoor facility that I'm hearing about since I was a child. But Trinidad, they just fix Trinidad business. Tobago, mind all your business. Mind all your business. One indoor facility Tobago want. One. Trinidad have a few across Trinidad. One. And somehow Tobago can't even get that. Tobago can't even get that. All you need to mind all your business and watch the huge gap that exists between development in Tobago and development in Trinidad. 39 politicians down there minding their business, you know. Because when Arima had to get a hospital, they get a hospital before election, sir. When Diego Martin had to get an indoor complex, and they get an indoor complex in Diego Martin. When they had to find the money to finish Toruba Stadium, they finished Toruba Stadium. And they're having CPL. They having CPL. Tobago don't have one indoor facility. Tobago all need to mind all the business because 39 parliamentarians in Trinidad making sure that the constituents fix. Why the two we have no mining business for we? Why the two we have not mining Tobago business for we? Tobago didn't ask for much. You know what Tobago asked for? Tobago didn't even ask for more money in the budget this time around. Tobago just wanted the autonomy bill. That is the only thing, because we knew everything else would come from that. We would have an empowered Tobago House of Assembly who was empowered to now make laws on behalf of the people. We will now have an assembly who has its executive authority so that they don't have to go to cabinet for permission to do certain things for the island. People knew that once we got that autonomy, things settled. That all the rest will follow. Tobago just asked for one thing. And all you couldn't and didn't and choose not to do that because it was a choice. If Mr. Lee Hunt was willing to stand on whatever principle he had and disagree with the Prime Minister and resign on principle, Olisa couldn't stand up for Tobago. Olisa couldn't stand up for Tobago people, the people who elected you, the people who galvanized you into office. Ola couldn't stand up one time for Tobago. Just give Tobago just one. Just give Tobago just one. If you did nothing else, if you did nothing else with your tenure as a representative, the one thing you could have done, if you spoke no other time in the 5 years you were in government, Tobago just wanted one thing. We wanted our autonomy bill settled. We wanted our powers. We wanted our greater autonomy to be able to take care of the people of Tobago. That is all we wanted. And you're coming back a second time for us to give you a chance when you failed the first time? Good morning, caller.
Yes, good morning. I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm in complete agreement. But I have a question. Has PDP ever thought about trying to engage PNM in any kind of debate? I hear a lot of questions and a lot of why is this not happening and why is that not happening? And why are we not getting representation, which is part of history, so we're sure we're not getting representation. But has PDP ever thought about engaging PNM so that they have a chance to answer as to why?
Thank you, caller. Now, a lot of independent entities have asked for us to do to have a debate take place between the candidates, and I have accepted every invitation that has been sent to me for a debate because I am not afraid to talk about the issues. It is my understanding that they have refused all of these invitations. Yes? So I don't think it was for a lack of representations being made for something to take place, because we stand ready on this side to talk about the issues. We've always made it about the issues. We are always talking about the issues because that's what should be at the forefront. People don't want to hear, well, probably people do want to hear Bacchanal and commerce, but The reality is that people are being affected by the decisions that are being made at the level of governance, and these are the conversations that need to take place. So we have made ourselves available to persons for that conversation to take place.
I understand what you're saying, but this vote, the vote that you want and the vote that they want, what you are asking the people to do is vote for a leader. And what I'm not understanding is why, if you're in a leadership position and you're not performing, why you would not want to explain why what is happening is happening. This is what I'm not understanding. Why I'm not, it happened with Orville London and Ashwood Jack. I suggest, this is my suggestion before I go, I suggest that Mr. Duke and yourself push a little harder for that so that the people of Tobago can understand what is happening to them. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, caller. We're going to try. We're going to put pressure on them to face the electorate, because it's not just about debating us. I think that is secondary to the electorate being able to ask certain questions directly of the persons who sat in the chair for the last 5 years. It is important that at this time we get some answers, and they are the ones who are in the best position to provide those answers. They were there. We were not there. We send them to represent us. We send them to make representations on our behalf. And if it is that they did make attempts to make representations and nothing came out of that, they at least should come back to us and say, look, this is what we attempted, this is what we did, this is what we tried, and it did not work. Yeah? So just to be fair, the forums exist for them to answer those questions. So what we can do, the most that we can do is send out again another public call for the persons who are now asking for a second chance to represent Tobago, to make themselves available to answer questions from the electorate. This is not about setting anybody up. This is not about encouraging an atmosphere of vilification and cussing and bacchanal and commerce and these things. No. The electorate has questions. Tobagonians all over want to know what happened with the autonomy bill. I want to know because I am a constituent. I vote. Doesn't matter that I'm also a candidate in this race, but I am also a voter. And that is something that affects me. That is something that has affected my children. This is something that is going to affect the generation of Tobagonians to come. And the longer we take to settle this autonomy issue is the further we remain in a state of stasis. Is the further that we have remained in a state of stasis. And Tobagonians are fed up of being in a state of stasis. We are fed up of being stagnated. We are fed up of being kept back. We are fed up of being treated as a ward of Trinidad. We are fed up of being given excuses as to why we cannot be man and woman in our own house. You say that we are a burden to the treasury. We're trying to tell you, well, okay, we want to work and contribute more, but yet you don't want us to work and contribute more. So what is it exactly do you want? Is it that you want to give us a maintenance budget and keep us subservient, knowing fully well that Tobago brings plenty to the table? Tobago brings plenty to the table in terms of its natural resources that can be converted into economic benefits for the country of Trinidad and Tobago. But nobody wants to have that conversation. Nobody wants to talk about the value of the Bluestone Quarry in Tobago. Nobody wants to talk about the oil and gas that lies in the waters off of Tobago. Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about a tourism sector that, if you get the proper investments in that sector, can now bring in millions of dollars in foreign direct investment into the country. Nobody wants to talk about that. But everybody wants to talk about Tobago being a burden. But the fact that Tobago wants to stand up, thank you for that point. Our human resources, some of the brightest minds in this country come from Tobago. We have plenty contributions to make. We bring plenty to the table, but nobody wants to talk about that. You know what people want to talk about? Tobago is a burden. Tobago should just take the biscuit and shut up. Tobago must just take a little $2 billion that it gets in every year and be okay with that. What is wrong with Tobagonians wanting more for its people? What is wrong with Tobagonians wanting more for their island? What is wrong with us wanting development on par with Trinidad? What is wrong with that? Tobago, you need to mind your business because 39 politicians, 39 parliamentarians down the road mining San Fernando business, they're mining Arima business, they're mining Port of Spain business, they're mining all over business. But we are 2 representatives here who not mining with business for we. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, my sister. I'm calling for you to ask 2 questions. One to Shampa and one to the Blue Party. The question to Shampa is, where are the entrepreneurial endeavors in Tobago that in her constituency that she put in place? Just ask her to name them. And to the Blue Party said that elections in Trinidad and Tobago has always been fair. Well, then I asked the man, why was the voting boxes or voting machines was used only once by Dr. Williams Sr.? Ask him that. Why the voting machines was used only once? These elections in Trinidad and Tobago has always been fair. And another thing that you would need to ask Tobagonians, do you know that Dr. Williams, the father of the nation, told Tobagonians because they would have voted out the PNM, they will eat grass? Ask Tobagonians that. So that when Dr. Rowley made his threat to say that if Tobagonians had the temerity to vote for the Black Party, then they also will suffer the same fate. Ask these questions, and I'm sure that you will get answers from these people, and even the Tobago voters, that perhaps they didn't know that Dr. Williams would have said what he said, so that this doctor can carry on with the same thing. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, caller. Well, I would hope that the representative may take a peep at my live or tune in on the radio to hear your question about what entrepreneurial ventures she assisted or kickstarted in her constituency. That's a question I think is fair, and I mean, if there's an answer to it, I would want to know what the answer to that question is. With respect to your second comment about free and fair elections and why a particular voting machine was only used once, well, I've never heard of that. So anybody who has the history of that, you are welcome to call and give us some history, because I like to learn new things about my country. But coming back to the matter at hand, yeah. Oh, and you did make mention of the comment that Dr. Williams made about Tobagonians will eat grass. Tobago has a very long, sad history of being treated as second and third class citizens in this country. And it still shows to this day. It still shows to this day. Right? It still shows to this day. And the reality is that I want Tobagonians to really truly ask themselves, should I be happy with being treated as a second class and third class citizen in this country of Trinidad and Tobago? Or should I take the chance, whatever chance I get, to be able to stand equal with my Trinidad counterparts? Should I take that opportunity? Or am I okay with being a second and third class citizen in my own country? Tobagonians, if you're okay with second and third class treatment, there is nothing that I can do about that. But you see me? You see this Tasha Grace Boris? You see this person who stands and uses her voice, who has a lion mane with a lion heart and will fight for my people? There are groups of people in this island who are not satisfied. There are groups of people on this island who are not happy. There are groups of people on this island who know and believe that they deserve better. I fight for those people. And even those of you right now who do not understand what better looks like, I fight for you too. Because the day would come when you recognize that you were given crumbs off the table for the last 20 years, but when you get a boost up on your peep and you look on the table, you're seeing ham, lamb, jam, wine, whatever it is you want to eat on that table, and you were surviving on crumbs the entire time. And the day you get enlightened, the day your eyes are open, the day that you mind your business and you realize that you getting a little crumb of bread, but it falling from a whole loaf of bread that's on the table with the jam and the butter and the ham and the turkey and the vegetables and the wine and the juice and the water and the champagne and all these things that certain people enjoying. And you can't even smell none of them things. When you realize that there's a seat at that table for you, so you're not sitting under the table waiting for a crumb to drop in your mouth. Tobagonians, understand, mind your business. There is a seat at that table for you. There's a seat at that table for all Tobagonians. There's a seat at that table for all Tobagonians. And when you are ready to take that seat, when you are ready to stand up and be man and woman in your own house and take your place at that table, that is when the majority of you will understand exactly what we have been missing. That is when the majority of you will understand exactly how certain sections of this population, very, very small sections, have enriched themselves over the last 20 years off of your backs, your blood, your sweat, your tears, when all of we could have lived good all the time. That is the reality. That we have had prime ministers from that PNM government come and go and talk down to people. Tell them Tobagonians will eat grass. I want to remind all of the history because all of to mind all your business. So let me remind all you what they say. Dr. Eric Williams said that Tobagonians will eat grass. Mr. George Chambers said he will come up here and show Tobagonians what a real prime minister look like. Right? And Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, he will not give Tobagonians a pass. You hear the tone and tenor of those words? You hear the tone and tenor of that? And these men have been leaders of this country, but yet Tobago is everybody doormat. Everybody presumes to have the authority to come in Tobago and tell Tobagonians how to vote. Why he don't go down in Siparia and tell the people of Siparia, don't vote for Kamala Persad-Bissessa? Why he don't go in certain parts of South that are UNC strongholds and tell them not to vote for the candidates in those areas? Why you don't do that? But all presume to come to Tobago to tell Tobagonians how to vote and who to choose. And it's the same Tobago all are using as a doormat. It's the same Tobago who could never get its business fixed. It's the same Tobago who begging for indoor complex, who begging for development, who begging for more money, not the minimum that you have been given for the last 20 years? Has any government fulfilled their commitment to the island of Tobago in any real way? 4.03% to 6.9%. Nobody ever give you 5%. Nobody ever give you 6%. Nobody and say, here what, this year we're going to give all this 7% and see what all could do. Nothing. Nothing is good enough for us because it's Tobago. Let me call a spade a spade. Nothing is good enough for us because it's Tobago. Right? I want all you to question who come into all your doorstep. That we have allowed persons to insist that we stay subservient, to insist that we stay begging cap in hand, to insist that we stay as a ward. You think they want an empowered Tobago? You honestly think they want an empowered 60,000 people? That 60,000 people on a rock 116 square miles large could have a better standard of living than 1.4 million people on a bigger rock 22 miles away. You think they really want that? I don't think they want that. Based on the evidence that I have seen, I don't think they want that. They want Tobago to be the rich man paradise. He come over here, he play a little bit, he go on a jet ski, he go on the beach, he lie down in the sun, he drink some nice drinks with an umbrella in a glass and buy a big villa, and he could come and go as he please. But the people of Tobago must remain poor and begging. The people of Tobago must have the jobs on the lowest end of the scale. The people of Tobago must catch their nenen every Monday morning because the cost of living in Tobago higher than in Trinidad. He ain't even saying here what? Because the cost of living in Tobago higher than in Trinidad, we had to raise the salaries of the people living in Tobago for them to be able to enjoy a better standard of living or a standard of living on the level of people in Trinidad, because your Wonderline Trinidad stretching further than my Wonderline Tobago, but you're not hearing them talk about that. Tobago, you had to mind your business. For years, we have had that disparity in the cost of living on the two islands. What has any political party done about that? Have they even spoken about that? That is what your representatives are there for. If they are not looking for ways to improve the lives of the people that they are representing, then they need to move. They need to move. And if 39 parliamentarians in Trinidad minding their business for their people down there, but the two that we have up here don't care to mind with business, then all you have to move them. All I have to move them. And all I have to put people in there who are going to mind your business for you. You have to put people in there who have every intention of minding Tobago people business when they go down to the house. It's no longer about party. You stand up and make a contribution as part of anti-gang legislation. But where are the interventions that need to take place at the level of the young men in Tobago to ensure that we don't go the way that Trinidad going? That Trinidad could have a My Lot and a My Part program for young men to do voluntary service as part of the military. And that program is much needed in Tobago. Which of you have advanced that for the young men in Tobago? Our young men in Tobago are falling through the cracks every single day. Not because they want to, but because the cracks exist. And if your representation ain't closing them cracks, if your representation is not closing those gaps, so that our young men and young women not falling through them holes in the ground, what you doing there? What are you doing there? If you have no solution, if you are bereft of ideas, what are you doing there? If you have no skills to make a change, what are you doing there? You're going there to pose. You're going there to show off. You're going there because it's a fashion show. You're going there because you want to improve your resume, and nobody minding with business. The house burning down and nobody throwing water. That is what is happening. And that has been happening for far too long. Tobago, mind your business. Watch who you send on your behalf as your emissaries. Because there will be a time for diplomacy, but there will be a time for fight. Are you willing to put people there who are willing to put aside the diplomacy when the time comes to that and fight, and simply just fight? Why do we even live in a country where we have to fight? What Tobago do to Trinidad, sir? All we've ever wanted was respect. All we've ever wanted was to be treated as equals. All we ever wanted was to feel like if we belonged in this union. This is like a very bad marriage. A bad marriage with an abusive husband who had a wife home. He not in love with she no more, but he don't want to divorce she. So every time he see she he vex. And she stays because she's dependent on him. And he treats her however he feels. If he feel good today, she get good treatment. If he feel bad tomorrow, she get bad treatment. And he feeling more bad than good all the time. That is how Tobago feels. We feel like the wife in that bad marriage. We can't go out. We can't talk to nobody. We shackled to this husband who hates we. That's how it feels to be a Tobagonian in Trinidad and Tobago. To be being told all the time that you are a burden. You don't contribute nothing. Knowing fully well that when you dry your tears every night, you know what beats in your heart. You know your potential. You know what you could do if one day that man decides to love you in the way that you should be loved. That one day he wakes up and sees you for all your beauty and loves you and allows you to heal and become the best version of yourself. You don't want to leave the marriage because you love the man. And you hope that you wake up one day and he just change. You're hoping for that. You're hoping that he would change. And you know, if this bad treatment continues, Tobago has a very serious decision to make. Tobago has to start thinking about the possibility of no longer being in this marriage. But that's a conversation for another time, because we're still holding out hope that we could fix the thing. We're still holding out hope that we could fix the thing because we love the man. We see some good in the man. We see plenty good in the man. And we wish that the good we see in the man, he will see that same good in us. That he will treat us the way that we deserve to be treated so that we could blossom in this relationship. That we want to contribute, that we want to bring our fair share to the table. We want everybody to live good. We want this marriage to work. Good morning, caller.
Miss Boris, in 1889, the British forced us to get married or hooked up to Trinidad. That was forced. Nowadays, if the marriage ain't going too well, all you have to do is to find the right forum, raise it, and say, we have to change the arrangement. Otherwise, we go our separate ways. We do not want to go our separate ways, but we'll have to change the arrangement. That arrangement must change. We can't keep on talking and talking and talking. Something must happen. Britain was doing the United States the same thing until they got fed up and they said, nothing, we had enough of that. These are not the days for us to take abuse. Right now, Tobago is being abused by its own people, its own Tobagonians who go down to Trinidad and come Trinidadians. Tobago is being abused, and it is time that we stop this talking. This thing about the internal self-government has been going on for too long, since 1972. These things have been going on for too long. So something has to happen. Tobagonians must realize that when you take the boat and you go to Trinidad, from the time you hit Toco and you start seeing the northern range, you're seeing a different landscape. You're seeing things are happening, development is taking place. And when you land and you see the internal infrastructure, you go from one part of the island to the other part of the island. You see things that Tobago does not have. And it is quite possible that if we put our minds together, we could transform this place. We will have to take the bull by the horn and say, enough is enough. We want our democratic rights. Have a nice day, my dear.
Thank you, caller, and you're very correct. It's my understanding that even in that early time of our independence, that the initial independence constitution actually had an exit clause for Tobago. That Tobago could have left the Union. But Tobago was devastated by flora in 1963. So that even if Tobagonians collectively at that time entertained the idea of leaving the Union, that hurricane put paid to those thoughts. And when we left it in the hands of a then Prime Minister to rebuild Tobago's economy, that did not take place. And yet still in 2020, we are still feeling the effects of 1963. That persons who had title and deeds for lands in Tobago that were destroyed in that flood still cannot get copies of those documents for today. Right? That our agricultural sector never recovered. Never recovered. Tobago was the breadbasket of this country. And now Tobago can't even feed itself. We never recovered. And you're correct about renegotiating the terms of this union. It has never happened. Tobago was just tacked on to Trinidad. And the time when the conversation should have taken place, it didn't take place. But we are now a more enlightened people. We are living in a time where information is available at the tips of our fingers. So we cannot pretend that we don't know. This is the age of a more educated Tobagonian, because we have more access to educational opportunities. So we have people who know. We have legal minds. We have persons versed in public administration and systems. We have people who are into technology and innovation. And we should bring the best and brightest minds in Tobago to sit with those on the other side in Trinidad and renegotiate this arrangement. Because it cannot be that only one person is benefiting greatly from this relationship and the other is not. That is a parasitic relationship. That is a parasitic relationship. We'll take this call. Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, morning. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just coming with something. It is not on the topic that you are having today, but this is something that happened in the countryside. Recently, there was a young man. He went to the hospital and he had this bleeding in his brain. And one of the problems that we have in Tobago here is that we don't have a neurologist on the island, and we don't have any of the equipment that is required. So right now they had to stabilize this young man, and I think they would be flying him out to Trinidad today. And I think at this point in time in Tobago, we're supposed to have all these things in place. So I just would like you to highlight this for us, please, and speak about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. And there will be a show this week that I will dedicate to the healthcare system on this island. And I would like Dr. Faith to be present, because I like to bring the experts on. Because as a layperson who uses the system, you have your views as to, what may be the problems. But we are not on the inside looking out. So I would want to have Dr. Faith present for that particular discussion, to be able to provide some guidance as to how hospitals are supposed to be run, how hospitals are supposed to be operated. Because in 2020, even if it is that we do not have a resident neurologist, is it that no provisions have been made or are being made for that type of personnel to be able to respond to situations that occur at a moment's notice? So you mean to tell me that a 20-minute flight by helicopter for a neurologist to come to Tobago to be able to look at a young man or whatever the situation is, that we still don't have that in 2020 in Tobago? So that healthcare is a very, very serious issue that we need to shine the spotlight on. And that ties into the whole idea of Tobago's autonomy or lack thereof. That we cannot have a hospital with a fully equipped trauma unit, that we have sent our nationals away. We are paying for them to become qualified. And when they become qualified, they come back home and they cannot get work in their field of expertise or their field of speciality because we're not ready for them. That we're still struggling with 1 and 2 pathologists in our country, so that they are overwhelmed with the amount of work that they have to do. That we still have to wait for pathologists to come from Trinidad to do autopsies in the hospital. I mean, that was the situation a while back. I don't know if it has changed since then. But we had that situation a couple months ago, when we had to wait over the Christmas period for a pathologist to come and perform autopsies, and people had to be buried 2 and 3 weeks after they died. And we're still having these issues in Tobago. Why are we still having these issues in Tobago? Tobagonians, I want all to mind all your business. You all are not a county council. You all are not a town. You all are not a borough. We are not a little village surrounded by a fish pond. We are not that. We are a country in our own right. We are a country in our own right. It doesn't matter the size of our population. It matters that as the country of Tobago, we can provide services to the people of Tobago. services that include proper healthcare, services that include proper educational systems, services that include proper banking institutions, services that include proper public administrative services, services that include road infrastructure. We are a country. And when we start thinking of ourselves as a country, the conversation changes. When we walk into a room demanding our respect as the country of Tobago, who has decided to remain in a unitary relationship with Trinidad, to form the country of Trinidad and Tobago. When we walk into a room knowing how powerful we are, knowing exactly what we deserve, and demanding that, and no less than that, that is when we can truly take our place side by side for ourselves, for our people who are here, and for our generations to come. We have come to the end of our program today. This is Mind Your Business Mondays. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for those of you who listened on your radios or who listened online or who were with me with my live. Thank you so very much, guys. 14 days to general election 2020. Please exercise your right to vote. Exercise your right to choose. But before you exercise your right to vote and exercise your right to choose, question everybody that comes to your doorstep. Question everybody as to what they did, because we had two representatives before. Question them on their performance. Don't let it tell you about the police station they built and the fire station they built. They didn't build that. Ask them what they did to advance the cause of Tobagonians in their position as members of parliament and in their position as ministers of government. Ask them that, and examine anybody who wants to take the walk. Ask them, what are you going to do differently to who was there before? I am not afraid of answering questions, because this is not an easy job. It's not an easy undertaking. And if you're not ready for representation, you just need to move. So everybody, you have a blessed and productive day. I want to say a special good morning to my son, Jaden Boris. He starts his CXC exams today, and I want to wish him all the best, as well as all of the other young people across Trinidad and Tobago who are currently writing their CXC and CSEC examinations. I wish you all God's blessings. May you be blessed. May you remember everything that you have been taught, and just do your best. CXC is not the end of the road. There's always more to come. It's just one other thing you have to do. So just do it to the best of your ability. Thank you guys for tuning in and joining me this morning. It has been great, and I will see you tomorrow. God spare life for Talk the Things Tuesdays. Take care and bye-bye.
solution for the people. Do you care? Yeah. Will you tell me that you represent? I really want to see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. In love and we don't delay. Love like this we must relay. It's in your heart and soul. One love is the anthem. One love is the anthem. Cause this is carnival where we come alive. Oh no, we not gonna fight. We gonna dance all night. So just wave your flag. Touch the sky, we not gonna stop tonight. So let me see your hands.
I am Watson Duke, the Progressive Democratic Patriots candidate for Tobago East. On Monday, August 10th, 2020, please put your X by the bamboo olive, the symbol of the PDP. We promise you to create a new minimum wage of $5,000 for the CPEP worker, the development worker, the reforestation worker, for all government workers. Yes, $5,000, the new minimum wage in Tobago for these workers. 2, we promise you to reopen the CARICOM jetty in Scarborough so our traders can trade with the CARICOM. They can buy and sell and buy without going to Trinidad to bring up goods that have been sold by the CARICOM nations. 3, we promise to demand, and through strategy and skillful negotiations, amend the THA Act so that THA would be given 10% of the nation's budget. Yes, I will use my trade union skills that I've developed over 10 years to cause Tobago to benefit from 10% of the national budget in the THA coffers. 4, the PDP believes in housing for all, and we will embark on a housing program where all unfinished houses will be repaired and be brought to a level where decent living can be enjoyed by all. We intend to provide low-cost housing to meet the budgets of the lowest paid government worker. 5, we will stabilize the economy by creating stable jobs. Yes, we are offering job security for all. We, the Progressive Democratic Patriots, are of the firm view that now is the time for us to build a better Tobago. Now is the time for us to put people before politics.
We fight
Tobago called for 6 candidates, 12 valiant soldiers, full of integrity. PNM, Tobagonians not afraid of victimization, protected by the higher man. As the walls around Jerusalem, soldiers surround Tobago. PNM let his people go. PDP Spartans face off with Pharaoh. We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for every child, every family, and every
We will fight for you.
fight for every child, every family, and every
We will fight for you.
Ticket. PNM, you have been weighed in the balances and found deficient. Tears in collaboration with Dizzy. Yeah, PDP all the way. PNM goodbye, bye bye. Tell them write the concession speech. Goodbye, PNM goodbye, bye 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 bye. We can breathe a sigh of relief. PDP turn to serve Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to serve Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. PDP came long from Roxborough to Charlottesville, celebrating with the PDP queens and kings. The next stage executive. Now come out of your house no matter where you live. Black t-shirt, black flag, black kerchief. Shorty go provide the food and drinks. Dr. Mel gone with some crab and dumpling. Don't be shy, tell me why you drinking. PDP turn to serve Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to serve Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. Bye bye bye. PNM goodbye. Goodbye, 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 bye bye bye. Write your concession speech. Tobago. We're praying for election to reach. Write the concession speech. Bye bye, so we could breathe a sigh of relief.
Why my people suffer so bad? Oh, is it that should really be sad? Is it a misplaced melancholy? Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My people may talk. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? My God. Rise up, fallen suffers. Rise and take your stand. the duty of a citizen to vote. I upon them constitution, long time indeed a joke. Fed up of promises and hopeless hope. Ballot box must be empty, vote house closed. No one arm, no one choose the color of them clothes now. But some just plain greedy. No matter how we teach, they'll forget easier. Look, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? This is love and not war. We all shall vote, yeah. If it's Rasta, then talking. Look here, bloodshed from Rima. Down in the valley, girl, me hear ya. Question has become a gunman compound. No place for people with citizenship. Lord, they're crying relentlessly, yeah. People moving every minute, every hour. Gunshot falling like hell shower. It's politics time again. Well, are you gonna vote now? Good people may talk. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? And a little one, we want. And a little bridge, we preach. Still they bust up their big guns on the street, Lord. Killing people, oh, there is sneak. Who is it that Iman is speaking? Who is it that is controlling the system? Three parties, and I'm not dancing. Who is it? Who is she? Now who is the Mr. Him? Yeah, it's your campaign time again now. Yeah. Well, it's politics time again. The people have a cry now. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? Hey, everything raise, but we won't live on fret. When the air that we breathe becomes thick with them, then we know Jaja guide, we will never fret. Whenever you're ready, we're ready. No more spot check. Whether you're light or you're heavy, happy or respect. Lord, no war. No war. Yeah. Well, it's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? Who is worthy? It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now? Poor people cry. It's the right of senior citizens to vote. By upon them constitution, long time it did a joke. We are fed up with promises and hopeless hope. Ballot box must be empty, vote house closed. No one hand, no one through the collar of them clothes, y'all. Some just plain greedy. No matter how we teach, they'll forget easier. It's politics time again. Are you gonna vote now?
Right now we are say Watson D for the East, Tasha B for the West.
Straight out in a star.
Yo, this I no joke. Vote. This I no joke. Vote.
You see right now.
This I no joke. Say we a vote PDP, cause we want betterment, yeah, for we country. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP. PNM them never do nothing for we. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP. Full time me try feed Duke, Mr. Farley. Vote PDP, me a vote PDP. Kick out, pressure pot rolling. 5 years no worry session. Tell me with the L pressure pot. Roll it the pan him, not give it with the right, but him a take it with the left. And tell me with the LTH, he do it 2.2 billion. And the people in Tobago, pure sufferation. Had it was government, me ever see govern. Raging bull with no direction. All me a see a just bad intention. And me na talk no lie, me a speak the truth. From Kelvin Charles signing him, the pan you. Now I walk up on the road and him a try get the youth. They would lie, them a just blow me a talk the truth, me na talk no lie. Instead them risk pay, only food I get. And poor people a cry. Me ask them why. And we a vote PDP, cause we want betterment, yeah, for we country. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP. PNM them never do nothing for we. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP. Full time we try to face Mr. Farley. Vote PDP, we a vote PDP. Kick out, pressure pot rolling.
PDP, I just the PDP. PNM, no do nothing for we. Positivity, it burns all negativity. PNM, them only coming with the negativity. Don't get caught up in the light, they put in front your eyes to see. Look how long PNM are blind, we never want. We know the truth about what them do with money. So kick out, pressure pot rolling. Vote PDP, we are vote PDP, cause we want better maintain for we no joke. Vote PDP, we are vote PDP. PNM, them never do nothing for we. Vote PDP, we are vote PDP. Full time we try to face Mr. Marley. Vote PDP, we are vote PDP. Kick out, pressure pot rolling. Vote. This I don't know, this I don't know joke. Vote, say we are vote. Full time for them get this I don't know, this I don't know joke. Vote. What me say? This I don't know, this I don't know joke. Vote. Kick out. Right now we are say Watson D for the east, Tasha B for the west.
Cheers. In collaboration with Izzy.
The technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
The handwriting is on the wall. PNM, your empire. It done fall. Tobago. The oppressors you see today. Don't worry, tomorrow they'd be gone. As the walls surround Jerusalem, soldiers surround Tobago. PNM let his people go. PDP Spartans face off with Pharaoh. We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
For you.
We fight for every child, every family, and every village.
We will fight for you.
Fight for every child, every family, and every village.
We will fight for you.
Tobago called for 6 candidates, 12 valiant soldiers, full of integrity. PNM, Tobagonians not afraid of victimization, protected by the higher man. As the walls surround Jerusalem, soldiers surround Tobago. PNM let his people go. PDP Spartans face off with Pharaoh. Tobago, we need a change.
The technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
The technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for every child, every family, and every village.
We will fight for you.
Fight for every child, every family. Tickle. PNM, you have been weighed in the balances and found deficient. Tears. In collaboration with Izzy. Yeah? PDP all the way.
You know it was a lie. What you did to me was a sin.
Just like that. Just like that, you deceive me. And now, I cry. Because you have failed me. How dare you look for me after you betrayed me? Now, I have to walk away.
Sabes bien que fue un engaño.
I found
Que me hiciste
the way
un pecado.
to
Así
forget
mismo
you.
me engañaste.
Another one.
Y lloras hoy porque fallaste.
PDP, you're the best.
¿Cómo tratas de buscarme? Después que tú me traicionaste. Ahora tengo que alejarme.
People before politics.
Busqué la forma de olvidar.
Yeah.
Tell me why, oh why PNM makes you cry every night. I don't know why, oh why. Oh, I think you're too loyal.
Under the PNM whip, I still hear them say, them is die hard PNM till a dead. Is this the same PNM we give we hell? We make we go down on we knees and beg. Everything them ask for Tobago, we give them PNM, THA and central government. But yet still, we can't catch ourselves. Sea bridge, air bridge, agriculture debt. Taxpayers wanna know where 40 billion went. How much gone in the pocket of PNM friends? Cause all we see, the chief with a new BM. Few bucks, Jane and a little pavement.
Tell me why, oh why. Do you ride? Do you stick by the side? BNM makes you cry every night. People, I see the pain in your eyes and don't know why. Oh, why? Oh. Tell me why you. I think you're too loyal. I think you do too much. BNM does nothing for you, girl. They're not real. That ain't the way love's supposed to be. PNM is not the one for you. What's in you, PDP will show you.
PDP, you're the best. God never get Tobago more than we can take. Great exodus from this PNM wilderness. What's the night with the hammer? Crumble the PNM empire. PDP, the long-awaited savior. The mandate from the people will deliver. Page in Webster, page in Shamfa. This is the end of your tenure.
Tell me why, oh why. PNM makes you cry every night. I don't know why, oh why. Oh, I think you're too loyal.
Just now wait. PDP, within a few years, look how much we cover. PNM 63, yet Tobago suffer. Tobago age is just a number. Tobago vote them out of power. PDP swim the whole ocean fire. Just to make a statement that you deserve better.
I found the way to forget you.
Tobago don't cry no more. PDP will take care of you. Tobago don't cry no more. PDP will take care of you. Yeah.
PDP. What that say? Hey, do you know Mr. Watson Duke? That man just talk the truth. He's a man go tell you flat. Let me bring Tobago back. Time for we to bust the throat. Up to now they buy a boat. Let me vote for the PDP. They go take care of all our week. From Tobago he take a swim. So everybody let me vote for him. And come on, we must agree. Let me vote for the PDP. And let me take back Tobago. And let me bring back Tobago. And let me take back Tobago. PDP take back Tobago. And let me take back Tobago. And let me bring back Tobago. From now till tomorrow, PDP let me love up Tobago. Hey, you ever hear about the PDP? They go take care of all our we. They go make sure that we straight and restore back all the faith. Watson Juki have a plan to help on Tobagonians. He understand what we need. So let we help the Tobago seed and let we take back Tobago. And let we love up Tobago. And let we bring back Tobago. Bring back all the love in Tobago. Somebody say PDP, PDP. That's we party, that's we party. Somebody say what's in juke, what's in juke. We moving with what's in juke. That's the truth. Tell them. And do you know Mr. Watson Juke? That man just talk the truth. He's a man go tell you flat. Stop riding the jackass back. Tobago need independence. They want to action it out for what sense. Late salaries and the healthcare. He go fix that once we put him there. Build back Tobago. Let we fix back Tobago. And let we bring back Tobago. Bring back all the love in Tobago. Somebody say PDP. Say PDP. That's we party. We must agree. Somebody say what's in juke will help the youth. Say what's in juke and that's the truth. Once you come from Tobago, you know long time ago, we want to sustain ourselves. Don't depend on no one else. Fighting for self-governance and we want independence. So we could decide how we live. Fix we own air and sea bridge and then we take back Tobago. And then we love up Tobago. From now on tomorrow, tell them let we bring back Tobago. Somebody say PDP, say PDP. That's we party, must agree. Somebody say what's in juke, say what's in juke will help the youth. That's the truth. Say, do you know about Tobago? Let me tell you about Tobago. You really love up with Tobago. You can know, pay much mother than. PDP. Hey, calling way. Say PDP, they calling way. Hold it. PDP, they calling way. Yes, they calling way. Election day. Tell me where you say. We voting for PDP. That's we party. When come to the election, tell them we voting Watson. We back in PDP, they have we back already. We fighting for Tobago, good leadership it must go. So we go be the champion, cause we moving with Watson. Say they calling way, PDP they calling way, they calling way. Who voting for PDP? Who voting for PDP? Just wave the banner, wave the banner, wave the banner. Hold it, PDP they calling way. Yes, they calling me election day. Tell me where you say we voting for PDP. That's we party. Taking over Tobago, so the blessing must flow. Look how long we waiting, still you keep debating. PDP is the party to make everyone happy. We come to take we own space. PDP now win the race. Calling way. Say PDP they calling way. Election they calling way. Way.
It's time to take Tobago higher. With PDP, we rising higher.
What's in you, Dr. Melanie, Dr. Finn, Curtis Douglas, Nyron Leon, Alicia Patterson. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago. Terry Lynch, Nikisha Martin, Avenel Beard, Dr. Ned, Teacher Folly, and Wayne Clark. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago.
It's time to take Tobago higher. With PDP, we rising higher. It's time to take Tobago higher. With PDP, we rising higher.
Police officer, every soldier, firefighter, the nurses, the doctor, every health worker. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago. Every mother, every father, grandpa and grandma, school teacher, every pastor. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago. Every sector, URP worker, CPEP, the cleaner, the fisherman, the farmer. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago.
It's time to take Tobago higher.
Piscator, Bethel, Mount Pleasant, Black Rock, and Canaan. Lift Tobago, lift Tobago.
Lift Tobago high. Lift Tobago high. Lift Tobago high. PDP. Lift Tobago high. Lift Tobago high. It's you and me. Lift Tobago high with PDP. Lift Tobago high. Oh, lift Tobago
Tobago for the DHA elections 2017. Vote the Progressive Democratic patrons with Watson Duke and the team. Rock and come in. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, hey, hey. Watson Duke, rock and come in. Augustine Valley, rock and come in. White up the baby, Israel stopping. Oh Lord, I said a rock and a vote PDP. Rock and come in. Alisa Patterson, rock and come in. Why Nikisha Martin, rock and stop in. Naironi, rock and a vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Dr. Sean Ned, rock and come in. Dr. Melanie Roberts, step in. Why can religion just rock and come in? Everybody rock and vote PDP. Rock and come in. Havana Day just rock and come in. Why? Cause the Douglas step and come in. When Clark just rock and vote PDP. I'm calling everybody. We voting for PDP. It's the only party to fix up the country. So wake up from your slumber, Tobago. We can live together. So I want you to remember, vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Watson Duke, rock and come in. Augustine Valley, rock and come in. White up the baby, Israel stopping. Oh Lord, I said a rock and a vote PDP. Rock and come in. Alisa Patterson, rock and come in. Why Nikisha Martin, rock and stop in. Naironi, rock and a vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Dr. Sean Ned, rock and come in. Dr. Melanie Roberts, step in. Why can religion just rock and come in? Everybody rock and vote PDP. Rock and come in. Havana Day just rock and come in. Why? Cause the Douglas step and come in. When Clark just rock and vote PDP. I'm calling everybody. We voting for PDP. It's the only party to fix up the country. So wake up from your slumber, Tobago. We can live together. So I want you to remember, vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Watson Duke and the team. Vote PDP. Vote the Progressive Democratic patrons with Watson Duke and the team. Rock and come in.
Yo, this is Trinidad presented for Watson Duke. Tasha B representing Tobago East and West. Dizes, PDP, feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. Boom. Watson Duke he coming down, from door to door he coming strong. PDP we on the ground, and we not running from the sun. Fixing your roof and all your drains. Tobago could never be the same. PNM is a set again. We not voting PNM again. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. PDP party, them is the best. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. Watson Duke will relieve your stress. Boom. PNM lead the place in a mess. Old and the young coming out of the nest. The 10th of August to do what is best. Time to put PNM to rest. When you on the road to success, Tobago tourism will be the best, yes. Will be the best, yes. What we call that? What's the Duke? Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. PDP party, them is the best. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. PDP party, them is the best. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power of the Tobago fighter. When them sleep, when them sleep. When Tasha out on the street, when them rest, you done beat them down in the rest. When you hit the road on the road to success, Tobago tourism will be the best, yes. Will be the best, yes. What's in you? PDP, Tasha B. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. Time for we to put PNM to rest. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. Digest, digest, digest. Tasha B, she is the best, yes. Feel the power, feel the power, feel the power. Yo, this is Trinidad presenting for PDP. What's in you? Tasha B. Beat them in the east, beat them in the west. Rah!
For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games, hey. East and West, please listen to me. Prepare either way, it's 2020. Watson Duke and Tashia Boris. Flush away, PNM in the toilet. All they want is we vote and to full their pocket. But people before politics, that is we are stick. The needs of the people is the priority. How much roof done cover, fisherman boat fix. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a displeasure. No. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey. Vote Watson in the east, vote Ashia in the west. Tobago, don't hesitate to drive the X. Drive it like you're fed up, drive it like you're vexed. I said to drive it like when you break up with your ex. Smoke Shamfa and Ayana from their Balizanes. And when the ballots are in and EBC done check. What a celebration in Roxborough complex. Watson take the east, Tasha B take the west. PDP forever and ever. I will never ever vote the oppressor, the slave master. What a disaster. Tobago, we are the head and not the tail. Let's demand the change. Set our speeches and promises again and again. To no avail. Election games. Hey, hey. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. For far too long, Tobago been crying out. PNM completes the next term and we still crying out. Still crying out. Still crying out. Whoa, what love is the anthem?
Let me see your hand them. Let me see your hand them.
I have love for the whole wide world. With you at the center, you are the master key. If love is by my side, then who can deny me? I keep climbing higher.
mission for the people, do you care? Yeah. Well, you tell me that you represent. I really want to see some evidence. In freedom, this is evidence. So bring it from your soul. One love is the and we have some more to spare, yeah. And we live like this, yeah, every day. We do it in love and we don't delay. Love like this, we must relay. It's in your heart and soul. Your hands.
I am Watson Duke, the Progressive Democratic Patriots candidate for Tobago East. On Monday, August 10th, 2020, please put your X by the bamboo olive, the symbol of the PDP. We promise you to create a new minimum wage of $5,000 for the CPEP worker, the development worker, the reforestation worker, for all government workers. Yes, $5,000, the new minimum wage in Tobago for these workers. 2, we promise you to reopen the CARICOM jetty in Scarborough, so our traders can trade with the CARICOM. They can buy and sell and buy without going to Trinidad to bring up goods that have been sold by the CARICOM nations. 3, we promise to demand, and through strategy and skillful negotiations, amend the THA Act so that THA would be given 10% of the nation's budget. Yes, I will use my trade union skills that I've developed over 10 years to cause Tobago to benefit from 10% of the national budget in the THA coffers. 4, the PDP believes in housing for all, and we will embark on a housing program where all unfinished houses will be repaired and be brought to a level where decent living can be enjoyed by all. We intend to provide low-cost housing to meet the budgets of the lowest paid government worker. 5, we will stabilize the economy by creating stable jobs. Yes, we are offering job security for all. We, the Progressive Democratic Patriots, are of the firm view that now is the time for us to build a better Tobago. Now is the time for us to put people before politics.
We fight 12 valiant soldiers, full of integrity. PNM, Tobagonians not afraid of victimization, protected by the higher man. As the walls surround Jerusalem, soldiers surround Tobago. PNM let his people go. PDP Spartans face off with Pharaoh. We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for a change. Tobago, we need a change.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
We fight for every child, every family.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
Fight for every child, every family.
Technocrats are for you. We will fight for you.
Tickle. PNM, you have been weighed, the balances and found deficient. Tears in collaboration with Disney. Yeah, PDP all the way. PNM, goodbye, bye-bye. Tell them write the concession speech, goodbye. PNM, goodbye, bye-bye. We can breathe a sigh of relief. PDP turn to serve Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. PNM, your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to serve Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM, your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. PDP came long from Roxborough to Charlottesville, celebrating with the PDP queens and kings. The next stage executive. Now come out of your house no matter where you live. Black t-shirt, black flag, black achieve. Shorty go provide the food and drinks.
Good morning, Trinidad. Good morning, Tobago. Good morning, PDP family. Good morning, everyone who is listening to me on the radio, everyone who is viewing on my live. Good morning. It's Dr. Faith B. Israel, and I'm again here at 91.9 FM, the Street FM, and today we will be talking about Tobago's business. We will be talking about Tobago's business because we are at a point where we are exactly 2 weeks away from the Tobago House of Assembly. Not the Tobago House of Assembly. Oh my goodness, we are exactly 2 weeks away from the general elections. 2 weeks away from the general elections. And we have to stay the course. We have to remind ourselves that this next 2 weeks may be the hardest 2 weeks of our lives, but we need to stay the course. We have to remind ourselves that this is the 2 weeks where we need to put on blinders, where we need to be like, those race horses where they put the blinders on them and all they could see is what is in front of them. That is where we need to be today. Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago PDP family. That is how we need to behave for the next 2 whole weeks, because we know, we feel it, and they feel it. It is going to be a total blackout, and because of it, they are going to try to throw all sorts of things at us within this next 2 weeks. As we said last night in Delaford, don't be distracted. Put on blinders. Don't even allow them to whisper in your ear. Don't let them come with any other nonsense story or anything like that. Don't. Let us remember that the Progressive Democratic Patriots are here for one reason and one reason only, and that is to build a better Tobago. We are here because we want to ensure that what we are doing in Tobago, on the island of Tobago, benefits Tobago. We want to ensure that what we are doing is going to resound to every single one of us benefiting, every single one of us being able to eat a food. You know, by the time the Progressive Democratic Patriot is done with it, it wouldn't really be a eat a food thing, because eat a food usually implies to a few people eating, but it would be us just dining. It will not be a eat a food thing anymore. It would be each and every one of us sitting comfortably at a decent place, at a decent dining table. And when we sit comfortably at the decent dining table, we would all be eating dinner. We will all be dining comfortably, and not just a few of us would just be eating a food. So I want you all to be clear about that. For the next 2 weeks, you need to be clear. The Progressive Democratic Patriots are the only political party in Tobago right now that has been fighting on behalf of the people of Tobago since we came into existence a couple years ago. And we are the only party that has 2 candidates that will ensure that when they go to Parliament, that they speak on behalf of Tobago, on behalf of Tobagonians, and not on behalf of themselves or not on behalf of their party, which is what we've gotten for the last 5 years. Before I go into the topic for today, though, I want to very, very quickly highlight a couple changes that we've made to our schedule. If you are listening to me, if you're in the hearing of my voice, you would recognize that over the weekend, because we had this tropical storm that was pending, we decided to cancel the meeting that the drive-around meeting that we had scheduled for Friday and Saturday, because we wanted to ensure that all of our people are safe. We didn't want to go out there trying to campaign and then something happened onwards. So we canceled that. We resumed yesterday in the east, Louisville, Delaford, and down on the west a little bit. But this week it means we have to kind of double up. This week it means that we have to spend a little time hitting some of the places that we have not been able to hit collectively just yet. So today, if you are in the hearing of my voice, we are going to be in 2 different locations this evening, and that's why I need you all to listen to me carefully. Yesterday, we had announced that we were going to be in Bethel and Pembroke. But we recognize that there was going to be a clash in Bethel this evening with some other political entity, and you know the PDP is not on that. The PDP is not about Bacchanal and anything like that. So we decided that instead of trying to be in Bethel with others, we would go to Black Rock instead. So our final meeting this evening would be in Black Rock, around the area by the Hard Court area there. We would be moving around in the Mount Irvin, Pleasant Prospect, and Black Rock area just before that meeting starts. And on the east, so that is on the west, on the east, we will be by the Pembroke Bridge, the legendary Pembroke Bridge, which is the line that divides Pembroke and Glamorgan. And we would start in Goldsboro to do our moving around. So we'll move around a little bit in Goldsboro, move around in Pembroke, move around in Glamorgan, and then come back to the Pembroke Glamorgan Bridge to have our meeting in the east. So today again, we are going to be in 2 places, and this is what we'll be doing for the rest of the week until Friday. We will be in Tobago East, so we'll have one set of people going to Tobago East and one set of people going to Tobago West. We'll have speakers in Tobago East, speakers in Tobago West. We'll mix it up. We'll ensure that we cover all of the areas. That's another thing. Please, people, for the sake of all that is good, for the sake of all that is holy, for the sake of all that is righteous, if you are in the hearing of my voice, if you are seeing my face on Facebook, if somebody is telling you about what the PDP has to offer, please do not sit there and say, if we do not come, or if the candidate does not come and speak to you personally, you are not going out to vote. It is not practical to have the candidates meet every single one of you personally. That is simply not practical. Even if we had all the time in the world, meaning even if we had an election season that was an entire year long, it may not be practical to meet every single one of you. And I think in Tobago we have probably 20-something thousand people who are eligible to vote. So even if we have not come to your house specifically, or even if we have not come to your village specifically, because you understand the PDP's message and our need to build a better Tobago, because you understand the fact that Mr. Watson Solomon Duke in Tobago East and Tashia Grace Boris in Tobago West is going to be the best, are going to be the best options on behalf of Tobago, speaking in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. We are asking you kindly to take up yourselves, whether you've met them or not, whether you know them personally or not, but because they represent an organization that is fighting on behalf of Tobago. We need each and every one of you to go out and vote for either of them on election day. And again, election day is August 10th. That's 2 Mondays from now, August 10th. We are in the home stretch, and I am going to remind you again to not allow yourself to be distracted. They tried a thing yesterday, you know. Oh my goodness, they tried something yesterday. We are sitting minding our business, getting ready for the meeting yesterday evening, only to see a poster with our Tobago West candidate's face on it from another party with their Tobago East candidate, with their symbol, behaving as if it is their candidate. They actually took a picture, they practically stole a picture, because no one gave them permission to use the image. They practically stole the picture off of something and just placed it on their poster. Now, the thing is that I don't even know if they know, but that is actually illegal, because according to the Representation of the People's Act, Section 74, I think if I'm not mistaken, it is illegal to ascribe any characteristic to a candidate that you know is not true. You know that our Tobago West candidate, the PDP's Tobago West candidate, is not your candidate. What all your text your picture? Take it off or where you take it off and put it on all your poster for? Why? Why would you do that? Again, trying to distract us. Tobagonians. Our candidates are the Progressive Democratic Patriots. Candidates are Mr. Watson Solomon Duke in the East and Ms. Tashia Grace Boris in the West. Mr. Watson Solomon Duke in the East and Ms. Tashia Grace Boris in the West. And it's so funny, because if you ask, we go wonder if she try to talk to them and they tell she that they wasn't talking to she, and now they want to take she picture and put it up on a poster. But then let's not go down that road, because the PDP is not about the Bacchanal and the Lagare and all of that stuff. No. Today, Tobago. So again, just so that we are clear, if you're now tuning in, our meetings this evening are in Tobago East and West. We are splitting up for the next week up until Friday. Tobago East, we're going to be going through Goldsboro, Pembroke, Glamorgan, and our final meeting would be at Glamorgan, Pembroke, Glamorgan Bridge. We all know where that bridge is, where we have the 2 bars. That is where we are going to be this evening. And on the western end, we would be by the Black Rock Hard Court. And I want you to pay special attention, because yesterday we had announced that we were going to be in Bethel. We are actually going to Bethel tomorrow, because we recognize that there was going to be a clash between us and other political entities. So we decided that instead of having the clash, we will go tomorrow to Bethel. So today we'll be in Black Rock by the Hard Court, and we will start moving around in the Mount Irving area, Pleasant Prospect area, Black Rock area.
We will congregate. We will start, if you want to join the candidate when they move around the community, start by the Mount Irving Beach area. That's where we'll be pulling that group from at 4 p.m. And at 4 p.m. we will be starting by the Goldsboro, by the Goldsboro Industrial Park, basically, you know, where Weirdos is and that area there in Goldsboro, to then move up at 4 p.m. and then we move into the communities with our candidates, Tobago East and Tobago West candidates. So that's it for the housekeeping. Now I want to get straight into the meat of today's discussion. And again, let me warn you. This is not going to be a bacchanal talk. This is not going to be a jumping up on the desk and pounding the desk kind of talk. This is going to be a talk where we continue with the theme. Tashia Grace Burris this morning, when she does Mondays, it's Mind Your Business Mondays. So I've decided that we are going to continue, and I am going to remind Tobago about why Tobago needs to mind its business. Because we are still in 2020 having discussions about autonomy for Tobago. So if you are listening to my voice, I would encourage you to call somebody for them to come and listen to. I would also encourage you to probably go grab a piece of paper and a pen, because there are certain key things that I would speak about, and I want you to be able to take note of them. Because when those people on the other side come to you with their Nancy story, I want you to be able to tell them and show them evidence of why what they are saying has not worked for Tobago. It did not work for Tobago for the last 20 years. And if you continue with them, we will still be in the predicament where we are right now. We would still be in the predicament where we are right now. So I'm going to go through it. I'm going to take my time so that we all understand what is happening. We all understand where we are. We all understand where we are hoping to be. We all would understand by the end of this why it is absolutely critical to send Mr. Watson Solomon Duke and Miss Tashia Grace Burris to Trinidad, because we now have an ample opportunity. We now have an opportunity to have this issue move another step, 2, 3, or 4 steps, because we have been marching in place for the last 20 years or so. We have been marching in place, and it's about time we stop marching in place and we move forward. It's about time we go ahead. It's about time we jump and skip to another level, because we have been marching in place for the last 20 years in Tobago as part of this union known as Trinidad and Tobago. So hear what? One of the things that they keep telling us, or they keep trying to tell us, is that we don't know what we want, right? That's one of the things that they try to come with. Faith, unless I don't know what all you want, unless I don't know what all you want, and because all you don't know what all you want, we cannot give you, because all you don't know what all you want, okay? That is what they come with. Now and I guess because we've been using so many different words, we've been using self-determination, we'll be using autonomy, we'll be using internal internal independence, we've been using internal self-governance, we've been using all of these different terms. And because we've been using all of these different terms, they have actually tried using that against us to tell us that we don't know what we want because we're using different terms. But this is clear. We are clear. Tobagonians are clear. The country is Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago. And because the country is Trinidad and Tobago, and we were a country all by ourselves before being annexed to Trinidad, we understand that as an island, we have the capacity, we have the mental capacity, we have the resources, we have everything to be able to make decisions for ourselves. So regardless of the word or the phrase that is being used, what we need to do is to be able to make decisions for ourselves and to carry out those decisions without having to ask for permission from anyone. That is what we want to be able to do. Because Trinidad, as I've said several times over the last week or two, Trinidad is already experienced a level of independence, a level of autonomy. And let me almost give you a textbook definition. No, let me not go that way. Let's use simple language so that we all can understand what we're talking about. You are a woman. You have a child, you have given birth to your child, and according to the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, that child is under your responsibility until that child turns 18. Until the child is 18, you as the mother and father is responsible for providing food, shelter, care, make sure the child goes to school up until a certain age, all of that. If the child needs to do something, the child has to come to you and ask for permission, right? If the child needs to do something, the child needs to come to you and ask for permission. If the school have a field trip, the child had to come and ask for permission. As a matter of fact, the school would send home a permission slip for you to sign, proving that you have given permission for this child to go on the field trip, right? You are obviously the adult and the child is obviously the child. When the child is getting a little older, so 15, 16, 17, they recognize that you're getting pretty close to the age where you become a quote-unquote adult, because 18, according to the law here, means you are an adult. As you get closer, you recognize that you start giving the child, as we would say, a little bit of freedom. A little bit of freedom. So instead of having to come home at 6 o'clock, you say, well, okay, you could come home at 11, but I still need to know where you are. I still need to know where you're going. I still need to know who you're with, blah, blah, blah. Remember that this is still my house. That's the critical part. Remember that this is still my house, and if you are under my house, you will follow my rules. If you are under my roof, you will follow my rules. We've all heard it. We've all heard it either as a teenager or even a past teenager, and we've all probably said it to somebody in our care before. So the child is now 18. Technically, according to the law, the child is no longer a child. The child is now your child is now an adult, technically, according to the law. So according to the law, they can come and go as they please, but according to the rules of your house, because it is your roof that they are still under, they cannot just come and go as they please. And if they are good, upstanding Caribbean, Tobago picnic, they would have manners, and they would know that they can't just go in and come out of your house as they please. Even if they are 18, they cannot. So they move and they get a little older, and you realize that the two Olia is too big in the house. Both Olia is adults in the house, and it's starting to get a little congested. It's too many people there. So you say, okay, you as a child, you could go downstairs. You could go downstairs and bill, right? But even if that child goes downstairs and bill up the downstairs, because most of the house like that, you have a downstairs that you could bill up and you could give them the downstairs. Even if they bill up the downstairs, it is still technically your house. So the child can decide tomorrow that he or she want to paint the whole house pink, because technically it is still your house. Now, what the ideal thing would be, and as we get a little older, and as the now your child that is now an adult, that now start to work, start to make their own money, start to do their own kind of story, what they would then say is, okay, mommy, daddy, we are living on 5 acres of land. This house only on a little piece. We are living on 5 acres of land. Is it okay for me to go and build over so 2 acres away from you? We're still on the same property. We're still seeing each other. We could still look out the window and bawl out to each other. We're still walking from one house to the next, but it is my house, and the house that you living in, mommy and daddy, is your house. That is the part where Tobago wants to get to, where mommy and daddy still have their house, where they could do whatever they wish in their house, And now that you are 25, 30, 35 and you're making a little bit of money and you're living good and you could manage yourself a little bit, you now could build your house, and you now have, because they actually do the writing where they have access to the deed, where they could actually cut up the deed and cut up the land and say, well, okay, this piece here, this acre here is for you and it is in your name, so you can now do what you wish with it. Yes, it's still family land. Yes, all of we still have to live good in the family yard, quote unquote. But I can now decide, because this house is my house, that I want to paint it pink if I want to paint it pink. Sure, might go and talk to mommy and daddy and say, okay, I'm thinking about painting the house pink. If you really, really, really don't want me to paint the house pink, we're not to paint it, but I just let you know that what we plan to do, and you have a conversation like big people. Right. But the reality is that is still your house on your part of the family property, or you're still living good, or you're still family. It's still one big family. It's still one country, Trinidad and Tobago. But we over here, because we know that there are some things that we want to do, that we need to do, that is separate from what you may be interested in. Mommy and daddy may not want to be able to, may not want to go out late in the night. Mommy and daddy they in their age, they in their old age, they want to be able to come home 6 o'clock, and by 6 o'clock, by 6:30 they watching Tobago news, and that good for them. But you want to be able to not watch Tobago news at 6:30, but you want to be able to watch CNN until 11. It's as simple as that. And that is when Tobago and Tobagonians say that we want autonomy. That is what we are talking about, where we will have a level of independence, where Tobago will have a level of independence, where we are still within this union known as Trinidad and Tobago, because we are not trying to break up the family. We are not trying to mash up the family. But when Trinidad decides it wants to do whatever and is able to do whatever, they want to continue doing what they are already doing. We now are 25 and 30, and we want to be able to do those things too. We want to be able to do those things for ourselves too, because we're making our own money, because we're doing our own thing. We want to be able to paint the house pink if we want to paint the house pink. Now, this has been the mission that we have been on for decades. It's the mission that we have been on for decades. That is why we got the first go-around of the Tobago House of Assembly Act. That is why we have got the second go-around of the Tobago House of Assembly Act. And we are in an opportune time right now to get a third go-around of the Tobago House of Assembly Act if we can't get the entire constitution changed. And that is where I'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later, so you understand the slight difference in what is happening. But we have a situation, Tobago, and I want to make sure that I reference some dates and stuff like that. We have a situation where a lot of people, many of you, and I know many of the people who are listening are going to tell me that they're tired here we talk about the autonomy thing. They're tired here we talk about the autonomy thing. They're tired and they're only talking about it. They're tired got a consultation. They're tired go and sit down in Roxbury or up Compre or wherever to talk about it. We're tired talk about it, and because they have been so tired talking about it, they don't want to hear anything about it anymore. So that is the sentiment you get out there. But it is only because, and rightly so, they've been talking about it for so long, and the political parties in Trinidad have been using it as a tool, a political football for so long. So it seems like every single time around election time, a political party or the other, and let me be clear, primarily the PNM, has been saying to Tobago, we will give you autonomy, we'll give you whatever, and then you recognize that nothing happens. And we have a situation now, unfortunately, where Tobago has experienced the same thing again over the last 5 years. I will explain. Now, when I came back, I spent 10 years studying in the United States. And when I came back to Trinidad and Tobago in 2007, I recognized that there was quite a movement of people dealing with issues relating to Tobago's autonomy. Okay? There were different groups of people who were doing different things. They were having different sets of consultations and so forth. And as a matter of fact, because so many different groups of people had gone through different things, we actually had several different documents being presented. And I'll go through the list of the documents that was presented. And I'm going to read this. I'm telling you where I'm reading it from. I'm letting you know where I'm reading it from before I talk about where this document came from. This is a report of commission appointed to examine the proposed legislative offering for conformity with the wishes of the people of Tobago. This is a document that was created by the Tobago House of Assembly. It was done with members. The members are Mr. Alan Richards, Dr. Vern Allen, Mrs. Deborah Moore Miggins, Gilbert Peterson, CS, who was a member. The commission held its first meeting on Saturday, 31st March 2012, and had subsequently held 24 meetings and conducted other related activities. And what they did was basically all of the work that was done as it relates to Tobago autonomy, all of the different groups that had been going around and doing consultations and creating different documents and so forth. That group of 4 people were tasked with pulling all of that together, pulling all of that together, pulling all of the documents that were created together, going back to the people of Tobago with consultation saying, these are the things you all have been talking about for the last couple of years. These were the documents written within the last couple of years. What do you say now? And then they created a final report. And that final report is what I am reading from right now. Some of the documents that they examined included, and I am reading, the 1977 motion by A.N.R. Robinson for internal self-government. The 1980 Seamongal draft. Now, Seamongal was, again, a group of people doing different things. There was a Seamongal draft. There was a 1980 THA Act that basically came from, in essence, the Seamongal draft of the THA Act. The draft proposals of the Manning administration, which were from 1992 to 1995. Review of the constitution and legislative arrangements for Tobago. This is a report, I guess, that was done by Goya Prasad Committee. They also looked at the THA Acts number 39 and 40 of 1997. They looked at the work of the Rennie Dumas team, because I'm not sure if you remember that before 2012, Reginald Dumas was actually going around doing consultations about Tobago internal self-government, autonomy, all of that. They were also doing consultations. There was also a document submitted by the Tobago Forum for Consensus on this Constitution, which was led by Mr. Christo Gift. I was actually a part of some of the consultations done by the Tobago Forum for Consensus on the Consultation. So they looked at that report. They also looked at documents produced by the John Prince Committee. And let me just say very quickly that the John Prince Committee was actually one of the committees that was set up by the Tobago House of Assembly to go around and do consultations about this issue, right? They looked at the report of the John Prince Committee that said documents. They also looked at the People's Partnership Manifesto, because I would show where throughout that whole hoopla, close to the last set of elections, the People's Partnership also presented a Tobago autonomy bill, basically, and they also had giving Tobago autonomy part of their manifesto. They also looked at the legislative proposal submitted to the government by the THA, because the THA had actually also started going around and doing its own thing. And they had also looked at the Attorney General's Green Paper. The Attorney General's Green Paper. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 documents that this committee had reviewed in addition to going to the population with consultations, having what they said up to 24 meetings, and this was in 2012. This was in 2012. Tobago, I need you all to pay close attention to it. That was 2012. 2012. Remember that. The John Prince Committee that they spoke about, if I am not mistaken, that was actually created in 2011 by it was the Orville London's regime at that point, had pulled together that John Prince Committee to come together to thing. As a matter of fact, there's a Guardian article that was dated Wednesday, August 31st, 2011. And the name of the article says Review of THA Act for Debate Soon, because the John Prince Committee had submitted its final draft. And I'm going to read the first couple lines of this Guardian August 31st, 2011 report. It says, the Dr. John Prince Committee appointed by the Tobago House of Assembly to review the Tobago House of Assembly Act and relevant amendments to the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago will hand over its final draft amendments to the House of Assembly tomorrow at 1:30. It then says, now this is why it's important, remember the dates. It then says, these documents will be laid unaltered at the next sitting of the Assembly and debated at a subsequent sitting, and after approval, sent to the Cabinet for transmission to Parliament for debate and final resolution. You all heard me. This article was written Wednesday, August 31st, 2011. And it says on the day after that the John Prince Committee was going to submit their final report, and the THA had agreed that it would be debated at the next Tobago House of Assembly sitting. And when it is debated at the next Tobago House of Assembly sitting, it then goes to the Cabinet that then takes it to Parliament. You all pay very special attention to the dates and times of these things. Now that is important because at some point, remember we spoke about the fact that for any bill that relates to Tobago or any law that relates to Tobago to be passed, it has to go through that process that they just outlined, because that is what the THA Act currently says, that anything that needs to be, any bill that relates to Tobago that needs to be changed or passed or created has to be debated here in Tobago, then taken to the Cabinet, and the Cabinet, we basically begging the Cabinet to take it to Parliament. That was 2011. That was 2011. You all remember that, please. And then we go to the committee. So that was 2011, and then that was done. And we now have to ask what has happened since. So remember, when that 4-person report for 2012, it also included the legislative proposal submitted to the government by the THA. Remember that line that I read? It included the Simongal draft, the THA Acts, the different versions of the THA Acts, and it also said that the report that was done by the 4-team committee also included the legislative proposals submitted to the government by the THA. All of that made, so we are seeing where that was done during Mr. Orville London's reign, during his time, and he was very proud of that, very happy about that, very everything about it. Very, 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 very proud. And then we go through different things, and I'll go into them. So this document, the 2012 report that was done by the 4-man team, and let me tell you what the 4-person team was, and the chief administrator on the 26th of March 2012 is one who appointed this committee. The committee included Mr. Alan Richards, it included Dr. Vern Allen, it included Mrs. Deborah Moore Miggins, and it included Mr. Gilbert Peterson, who was an attorney. So 2 attorneys and other people representing Tobago on that committee. And that document is a very comprehensive document that speaks about what Tobago wants and what Tobago needs and what Tobago is asking for as it relates to self-determination, as it relates to autonomy, as it relates to internal self-government, as it relates to those things. Because even though Tobago, we've been using different names, even though we've been using different terms, even though we've been using different phrases, the basic idea of what we want and what we need is clear. The basic idea of what we want and what we need is clear. Now, just to go back to some timelines for us to remember. We have to remember that in 2013, we then had a general election where the People's Partnership basically won the general election. So we had the general election where we had the People's Partnership winning. We also had a THA election in 2013, right? And in that 2013 election, we had a PNM reign again in Tobago House of Assembly, and we had the People's Partnership again in 2013 coming on board. Now, one of the reasons this group that included Mr. Alan Richards, Dr. Verne, Deborah Moore Miggins, and Peterson, one of the reasons it included the People's Partnership Manifesto was because it was actually part of the time just before elections, and the People's Partnership had actually put in their manifesto that they wanted to also give Tobago some level of self-determination, some level of internal self-government. They were also proposing to amend the THA Act. Okay? They were also proposing to amend the THA Act. And what happened? What happened is that when the People's Partnership came into being, and again, I'm going very slowly so that you understand the chronology. I'm going very slowly so that you understand why I say people have gotten pretty fed up of this because of what happened, and why it happens very close to election time all the time, and why we have to be so careful with what they are telling us, because we've had people who've had the opportunity for the last how many years to make the changes that they told us they were going to make. Remember that. Remember, these people have been there for all of these years, either in government or in opposition in Trinidad, telling us that they would do certain things and have not done any of it. So when either of them come and tell you stuff, you have to ask them, okay, so what happened in 2011, 2012, 2013? So I am now going to direct you to what happened in 2013. So we have, if you go to the parliamentary website, just search on Google, Trinidad and Tobago Parliament. Our parliament has a very good website that has all of the information there about every bill that has been brought to the House, where it is, what is happening with it, and so forth. If you look at on the 7th of January 2013, you would see that a bill was laid in the Parliament by the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bissessa on the 7th of January 2013. Now, granted, the election was must say a couple days before that. So they won. This was one of the first things that they laid on the 7th of January 2013. It was laid by Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bissessa. The name of this bill was an act to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to enhance the internal self-government of Tobago. That was the name of this bill. It's called the Constitution Amendment Tobago Bill 2013, and the actual name is an act to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to enhance the internal self-government of Tobago. those of you who are listening, I hope you recognize on radio that this is not a bacchanal show. This is one of those where we are going step by step by step by step to show where we are now and why we are still here after all of these years and all of these promises and all of these things that never materialized. And we are seeing where it came from both sides of those two parties in Trinidad. Which is why when the Progressive Democratic Patriot says that this is a Tobago versus Trinidad thing, this isn't a political party thing. This is a Tobago versus Trinidad thing, because it seems like Tobago always seems to get the raw end of the stick, while what is happening in Trinidad shows that they are not that interested in advancing our cause here. It also says, if you go back to the parliamentary website, it says that on the 16th of January, there was a second reading. So for these bills, it usually has a first reading where you drop it, you late, you basically say the basic stuff about it, and then it has a second reading, and then you debate, and it depends on what happens. It happens. You had the second reading, and it was Kamla Prasad Bissessa and Dr. Keith Rowley, who was then leader of the opposition. Dr. Delmon Baker also spoke on it. Mr. Herbert Volney spoke on it. Mr. Anil Roberts spoke on it. Honorable Errol McLeod spoke on it. And Dr. Surjatan Rampachan also spoke on it. The 16th of January 2013. 16th of January 2013. And I want to highlight really quickly, a couple of the things that bill proposed to do. One of the biggest things, there are a couple things, but one of the biggest things, if you look at, and again, you could search the bill online and you could get the bill if you want to meet me, and I could give you copies, I could send copies to you. All of these things are available online. This is not like I am bringing stuff that is hidden or that is private. This is government business. Government business is public business. It's our money. Whenever you buy anything and you pay VAT, there's your money that going into it. Public business. One of the things that they wanted to do was to, as it says, Section 10 of that bill says, it is going to remove part of the Constitution and insert the following. The amount appropriated for the purposes of the Tobago House of Assembly in respect of any fiscal year shall be a minimum of 6.9%, in the range of 6.9% to 8% of the total sum appropriated by the Parliament. So one of the things that the People's Partnership government had included in their version of the bill was, in essence, to take the amount of money that the Tobago House of Assembly gets, instead of it being 4.03 to 6.9%, which is where it is now, and which is where the Dispute Resolution Commission got it to 20 years ago, basically. To take it from that 4.03 to 6.9, to take it to 6.9% being the minimum and 8% being the maximum. So that was one of the changes that bill was supposed to make for the Tobago House of Assembly. One of the most critical parts of that the bill was supposed to make for Tobago. The other critical part was the definition of, not really the definition of Tobago, but the powers of the Tobago House of Assembly. The powers of Tobago House of Assembly. Because the current Tobago House of Assembly technically only has jurisdiction over the land space known as Tobago and 6 nautical miles outside. So basically it's just a little ring of sea space around. The People's Partnership Bill was going to change that 6 nautical miles to 11 nautical miles around Tobago. So the People's Partnership Bill was going to propose changing the 6 nautical miles that we currently have now to 11 nautical miles. So the two main things that were going to be different via the People's Partnership Bill was going to be that we would now get 6.9 to 8% of the budget every year instead of the 4.03 to 6.9% that we get now, and they were going to change the jurisdiction of the THA from 6 land space and 6 nautical miles to land space and 11 nautical miles. That is what was in the 2013 bill that was submitted, that was read in January 2013. That is one of the things that was read in January 2013. Now, if I am not mistaken, and I could be wrong, I understand that that was one of the situations where if you look at the parliamentary channel, the website, it says after that by the 10th of July 2030, the bill had lapsed. By the 10th of July 2030, the bill had lapsed. What happened between the January 2013 and by July 2013, let me get this correct. By the 10th of July 2013, the bill had lapsed. What happened between January 2013 and July 2013? I really, honestly, am not sure. But whatever happened, the bill lapsed. And I would like, if there is somebody who is listening to me who has the answer to that question, maybe a little later when I open up the lines, you would be able to fill in the space. You'll be able to fill in the details about what happened between January and July, because what we are seeing on the parliamentary website is that nothing happened in between and the bill lapsed. So we are now in 2013. And you all now understand why the average man on the ground in Tobago keeps telling you that all you're always talking about autonomy, all you're always talking about this, that, and the other, but nothing seems to happen. We seem to get to a particular spot and we stop. We get to a particular spot and we stop. It's kind of like the song that you hear some of them on the other side singing. It's like they're getting there, and they never actually get to the end. And that's what has been happening. We always start, we're going, and we never end. We never bring it to an appropriate conclusion, because something always happens. And what has happened for the longest while we see it is that the bill lapses. The bill lapses. So let me go back to history again. So with 2013, and that is what happened. It was in the UNC's People's Partnership Manifesto that they were going to give it. They brought something to the House, they brought something to the Parliament, and after they brought it to the Parliament in January 2013, by July of 2013, that bill had lapsed. And I don't know. I was not I was not paying particular attention between those two times to see what actually happens. And that's why I'm saying I hope somebody who probably understood what happened then could let us know why in 2013 we went from January to July, and then the bill just lapsing in July 2013. And this is why I keep saying this seems to be a Tobago versus Trinidad thing and not necessarily a political party thing, because it always seems to get to Trinidad and stand still. That seems to be always what is happening here. We go forward a couple years later. And we have a situation where the Tobago House of Assembly again, led by Mr. Orville London, because if you listen to him and if you listen to some of the minions of that side, they would give you the impression that the only person who has done anything about internal self-government in Tobago has been under Mr. Orville London. But we recognize that the document that even his group of people pulled together shows that there were several other groups of people doing things for years and years and years and years and years leading up to 2011, 2012. So in 2016, and this is a Tobago House of Assembly on the THA's website. This is a report that I am pulling from the THA website, and it is dated October 31st, 2016. And it says, THA approves the self-governance draft bill. THA approves self-governance draft bill. Now, I want all you to pay attention again, Pay attention again to the fact that we are now close to the end of a political term, and it is now October 31st, 2016, just before the January 2017 elections. Again, pay very, very, very close attention to the dates of these things. So we now are at October 31st, 2016, and on the Tobago House of Assembly website, it says, THA approves draft government, self-government draft bill. And it says very proudly, and I would read it, the THA Chief Secretary Orville London believes Tobago is getting closer to securing the self-government that it has been seeking for 4 decades. I'm reading from the THA's website. It continues, the final draft bill on Tobago's self-governance was accepted by the legislature of the Tobago House of Assembly, the THA, on Thursday night, October 27th. Again, remember, if we have to send anything to Trinidad, it needs to be debated in Tobago first and approved in Tobago first. And after it is debated and approved, we then send it to Trinidad. So what they are confirming is that on October 27, 2016, the Tobago House of Assembly at that time sat and debated. And remember, at that time, we had a Tobago House of Assembly with no opposition. Remember that. So them among themselves in the House sat and debated this document that they have finally said we have. And it says this was after almost 6 hours of discussion at the plenary sitting. So they sat there. They sat there for almost 6 hours discussing it. The report continues. The bill was presented by Chief Secretary London. The bill that was presented by Chief Secretary London will now be forwarded to Cabinet, after which it is expected to be debated in Parliament. Again, this is several months just before the election. 6 months they sat in plenary, and the bill was presented by Chief Secretary Orville London. And he is now very proudly saying, very, very proudly saying to all and sundry, to all Tobagonians who had been a part of these consultations for years and years and years and years and years. Because remember, I said I came back in 2007, and I met them having these conversations. Remember, it started from even the first go-around of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, second go-around of the Tobago House of Assembly Act, and so forth. So finally he was giving word that finally the Tobago House of Assembly Act, that bill to give us more autonomy, was debated in Tobago 2016, and it will be sent to the Cabinet in Trinidad, led by, because remember this again, let's go back to dates. This is October 2016. Remember, we had an election in 2015, and Dr. Keith Rowley, our quote-unquote Tobago boy, is the Prime Minister and was the Prime Minister at that time. So Mr. Orville London, the Chief Secretary of Tobago, was very proudly and very carefully and very, making a big fancy of this, telling us that he, our Tobago boy, being the Chief Secretary of Tobago, was handing this document over to our Tobago boy, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Keith Christopher Rowley. October 2016. Remember that. Remember that. He said, let me continue a little bit. Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley has promised to appoint a joint select committee of parliament comprising of independent senators and members of the opposition and government to consider the bill before taking it to parliament for a final decision. 2016. On Thursday, London described the sitting as an important and critical juncture in the long and often arduous roads towards a self-government. So, we realize what's going on. We realize what is happening. We realize what is happening. One of the things that the Chief Secretary at that time said was that this bill that he was dropping in the hands of his colleague, because remember, and you all have to keep remembering this, they are the ones who have been telling us that PNM in Trinidad and PNM in Tobago would make life so much easier for those of us in Tobago. They are the ones who keep pounding that in our heads. So our Tobago boy, Mr. Orville London, Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, in October was telling us that he was handing this draft to our Tobago boy, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, who was the Prime Minister at that time, who's still the Prime Minister up until this point. And our Tobago boy, the Prime Minister, was basically saying this, they have agreed that they would accept it, they would put it before a joint select committee, and when they put it before the joint select committee would decide what happens. This was in 2016. And just so that we know, that to get to the draft that was submitted in October 2016 to Trinidad, that draft was worked on by what they call the Tobago Forum, and the Tobago Forum was a collective of the political parties in Tobago. So it included the PNM, but it also included meetings with Mr. Hochoy Charles as Tobago Forwards, because at that time was TOP. Mr. Charles was there as Platform of Truth, and it included others. Remember at that time, because this was all work done before 2016. This was all work that was being done between 2012 and 2016. So we finally gotten to the point of having a draft document in 2016 that is being handed over to the Prime Minister. Let me let you know very quickly, Tobago, that there were several critical things about this document. The document that was handed over to the Prime Minister in October 2016. Several things are critical in the document, but I want to read, and again, I am very, very sorry if you all find this boring, but this is Mind Your Business Monday, as Tashia said this morning, and this is Tobago's business. This is the thing that will determine what happens with this island over the next 20, 30, 40 years. The decision we make on August 10th, based on even this simple thing, will determine what happens to this island and the development or stagnation of this island for the next 20 years. The same way our decision 20 years ago determined where we are now, and we see where we are now. So this document that they submitted in 2016 had several things, several things, and one of it included a clear definition of Trinidad, a clear definition of Tobago, and a clear definition of this entity known as Trinidad and Tobago. Because remember, the Tobago House of Assembly Act speaks to a definition of Tobago that says the Tobago House of Assembly is responsible for the land space and 6 nautical miles. Remember that the act that the People's Partnership had dropped into the Parliament spoke about the THA being responsible for the land and 11 nautical miles. Remember that. Remember those two things. So this one, which is what the Orville London, with all of the forum, everybody in Tobago getting together and saying this is what we finally want, this is what was sent to Trinidad. Now, before I do that, let me read something that was written in that 2012 document that included those 4 amazing people who had pulled together everything that Tobagonians had been talking about for a long time. Let me pull that. It says very quickly, the wishes of the people. That is the title, the wishes of the people. So when you hear them talk about the fact that Tobago don't know what Tobago want, and Tobago has been having, we're saying different things, and because we're saying different things, we don't know what you want, blah, 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 blah. That is utter foolishness. Because that 2012 document had a section on it, is 2.2, and the 2.2 says wishes of Tobago, and I will read very carefully. It says the John Prince, the John Prince Committee is the one that the THA had appointed after all of the other ones that were before. The John Prince report identifies the key wishes of the people for a constitutional amendment as follows. 1. Equality of status between the 2 islands and a legislative framework reflecting such equality. Let me repeat. 1. Equality of status between the 2 islands and a legislative framework reflecting such equality. 2. Removal of cabinet dominance and override of decisions made in Tobago. Removal of cabinet dominance, because there's a section in the Constitution, I think it's section 75, that basically says everything the THA does is subject to cabinet approval, basically. So we wanted that part moved. 3. A federal system of governance. That was the 3rd thing. 4. Authority of the Tobago House of Assembly to impose taxation. So even though we can currently collect tax, the Tobago House of Assembly currently cannot impose any new taxes. 4. So no, that was 4. Authority of the THA to impose taxation. 5. The ability to borrow to fund Tobago's development. Currently, the Tobago House of Assembly does not have the authority to just go out and borrow money to develop Tobago. First, we have to ask permission of the Minister of Finance. That is what the current act says, that for us to go out and borrow, we have to first seek permission from the Minister of Finance. And what all of the consultation said is that Tobago people wanted us in the THA to be able to go out and borrow without having, of course, you work together, you work collaboratively, you follow whatever the rules are, but we shouldn't have to go and ask permission. Remember when I was speaking about the child and the 18-year-old, how you deal with the 18-year-old, how you deal with the 16-year-old, how you deal with the 25-year-old who built in the house next door, that seeking permission story that we were talking about? These are the things we are talking about. 6. Jurisdiction and economic control over our marine resources, and I will spend a day, I'm not sure when exactly, but I will spend a day over these next 2 weeks outlining exactly our marine resources in this space that we can classify as Tobago waters, so that all of us can see what we are playing with on this island known as Tobago. So, as it said, 6, jurisdiction and economic control over marine resources. 7, elimination of conflict between Section 75 of the Constitution and Section 25 of the THA Act, which basically says that we have to follow whatever Cabinet says. 8, definition of the borders of each island. 9, ability of the THA to make laws to govern Tobago. Remember, this was a document. This is a 2012 document. So when, for example, the members of the minority, led by Mr. Duke at the last sitting or the second to last sitting, said we brought up motion saying we are asking you to let us all go to Trinidad as collectively as the Tobago House of Assembly. Let us all go to Trinidad to go down to lobby to those people down there before they prorogue Parliament, to let us just change the act that says let us Tobago be able to make the laws. And I spoke about this last week sometime. This isn't something new. This is something that Tobagonians have been telling all of those people who've been coming around doing consultations for all of those years. Ability of the THA to make laws to govern Tobago. 10, equivalency between the term of office of the THA and that of the national government. So we don't have a situation where you have a 4 years in Tobago, 5 years in Trinidad. We're not sure when the election is and all of that hoopla. Let us make that, equitable. 11, definition of the relationship between parliamentarians and the THA. That is a situation we currently have. Now, where it seemed like the Tobago counterparts can't even talk to their friends in Trinidad. And remember, there was that time when there was the People's Partnership in Tobago and the PNM in People's Partnership in Trinidad and PNM in Tobago. And it's every Monday morning, Mr. Orville London was on radio or TV talking about how we have been so disrespected by the People's Partnership. But we have a situation right now where we have PNM in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad, and we have nobody saying anything about all of the disrespect. Imagine. The Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is, before even he became Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, is having a little, not even a meeting, having a drink. I don't know where he was or what he was doing. Meet Butch Stewart somewhere, and he arranged with Butch Stewart, even before he becomes Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, that them can come and put down a sandals in our most protected land. And the Tobago House of Assembly, not a part of that discussion. And even after all of that, we were saying, because we saw it, as much as they were trying to pretend it was not happening, we were saying where all of these discussions were happening with Sanders, and not a single representative from the Tobago House of Assembly was a part of those discussions. You cannot tell me that you are flying to Barbados to sign some MOU with Barbados, with something with in Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago waters. And the same time I hear about it on the radio and TV is the same time you as Chief Secretary hear about it, when in fact if there is anything happening between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, it is because it is happening close to Tobago. That needs to be worked out very carefully and worked out very clearly, because we have situations where there is that complete disrespect, and it has happened. It is happening right now. But because it's PNM in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad, and it seems like PNM in Tobago, all of them eating peanut butter, they can't talk. They can't begin to speak about all of the disrespect. The same way Mr. Orville London was every Monday morning talking about disrespect by Miss Kamala Prasad-Bissessar and her bunch. Same way. But no, we're sitting down here now and allowing the disrespect to happen left, right, and center, and we ain't saying a thing about it. So that was one of them. That was number 11, definition of the relationship between parliamentarians and the Tobago House of Assembly. And by the way, that is one of the things that the PDP is going to be very clear about. When we are working with our Tobago East and West rep, we are going to have a very close relationship. So there will be no kankatang. There will be no I care come by the way. And I would like them to prove to me that what I'm saying is true. I have actually heard ministers of parliament, one of the current ministers of parliament for Tobago East and Tobago West, saying that they want to do things in Tobago, but they can't get nothing done because the THA blocking their own counterparts, their own brothers and sisters in Tobago. They complaining that the reason that they couldn't get so and so done, and it was told to me, so you don't come with that. Don't tell me I lie. You said it directly to me, that the reason you couldn't do so many things is because your Tobago counterparts, the THA counterparts, were blocking. And imagine, that is PNM in Tobago and PNM in Trinidad. And it should have been nice and cushy for all of us, but no. And then all you have the gall to come back and tell people you want another term. Sickening. The last thing on that list of wishes of Tobago was legislation for the wider participation of society in the decision-making process of the THA. Is a list of 12 items. Section 2.2, wishes of the people. In this report that was done in 2012, on behalf of the Tobago House of Assembly, that is what was written. It is very clear. It is very clear because what they had done had actually pulled together all of the consultations, all of the things that were said in consultations throughout the island for all of those years. I'm sure many of you remember going to Signal Hill High School, going to Roxborough Sec, going to different places having these consultations. We participated. Our wishes were clear. That those 12, and I remember because I was at several of them, those 12 were the main things that we wanted done. And that is why I am now going back. I am now going back to the Tobago Autonomy Bill that was laid, that was sent to Trinidad by Mr. Orville London, our Tobago boy, who gave it to his Tobago boy, our Tobago boy in Trinidad, the Prime Minister, Keith Christopher Rowley. the document that we gave in Tobago that Orville London handed over to Keith Christopher Rowley said, Section 4 says, Section 1 of the Constitution is amended to 1. Repealing subsection 2 and substituting the following. And I'm going to read part of it because it gets a little wordy down to the end, but I want you all to be very, very clear. It says, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago shall comprise of the islands of Trinidad, the island of Tobago, and other islands of the archipelago that are enclosed landward of the archipelagic baselines, as well as the archipelagic waters, the 12-mile territorial sea, and included the seabed and soil bed and so forth, and everything that is basically within our territorial waters according to the law. That is what that part said. So that was the definition of Trinidad and Tobago. The two islands, all of the little island them around, the water that is around us, including the water that according to the UN fits into our exclusive economic zone because it is now Trinidad and Tobago waters. That was part of it. The other part included a definition of Trinidad, which said Trinidad shall comprise the island of Trinidad and other islands of the archipelago that is enclosed, blah, 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 and it includes 12-mile territorial sea, basically. So it's the island of Tobago, all the little island of Trinidad, all the little islands around, and 12 miles. So we have the country known as Trinidad and Tobago. We have the island known as Trinidad, which includes the island plus the 12 miles around it. And within the Constitution, because remember, this is to change the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Within the Constitution, we have the definition of Trinidad and Tobago, we have the definition of Trinidad, and we also have the definition of Tobago, which would be Tobago, all the little islands around, and 12 miles. So if we have a situation where we have very clear definitions in the Constitution of the country known as Trinidad and Tobago, the island known as Trinidad, the island known as Tobago, there will also be an understanding that with the resources that are within Trinidad and Tobago would then be shared equitably. And remember, I did not say equally, I did not say 50-50, I didn't say anything like that. I said equitably between Trinidad and Tobago. That is what we sent to Trinidad. That is one of the 12 items where it says wishes of the people. We need clear definitions of Trinidad, clear definitions of Tobago. Critical. 2016, October 2016. That is the document that was sent from our Tobago boy, Mr. Orville London, to our Tobago boy, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. That is the document. If you don't believe me, don't doubt me. I have it here. I had it on hard copy. I have it on my laptop. That's why I can read it directly. And that is why I need you all to be careful, because they would come around with the fancy story and the lie and they all kind of rigmarole and they would try to come with all kinds of interweaving about what happened and what did not actually happen when we know for a fact what actually happened. So let us now move forward. Let us now move forward. That was 2016. Mr. Orville London was very proud as he was leaving the seat of being Chief Secretary for the last 16 years. He was very proud to say that one of the final things he did before he left the office was hand over this document to our Tobago boy, Mr. Keith Christopher Rowley. And then we had the Tobago House of Assembly elections, January 2017. Couple months later, we have the Tobago House of Assembly elections, where we have PNM winning again. They got 10 seats, and the PDP, which is where I am from, got 2 of those 12 seats in Tobago. So we still have a situation where we have PNM in Trinidad and PNM rule in Tobago. And remember, for the 2017 elections, they came and told you fresh face, fresh start. They came and told you that with PNM in Trinidad and PNM in Tobago, we would all be fine. They came and told you that you don't want to take chances with your life. They came and told you all kind of rigmarole story. And Tobago allowed them one more chance. 2017, we gave them that one more chance. 10 seats to PNM, 2 seats to PDP. What happened after that? I remember specifically asking several times because I kept looking at the legislative agenda. The legislative agenda is basically a list that says these are the bills that we will be debating in Parliament in January, February, March, whatever, so that you could see where is it. For the first year, I looked. It was nowhere there. And then in 2018, it popped up because we had been asking. Remember, 2016 is when with Tobago boy handed it to with Tobago boy. With Tobago boy in Tobago handed it to with Tobago boy in Trinidad, 2016. 2018, it says, first reading, March the 9th, 2018 is when the bill was brought. First reading, March the 9th. I want to make sure I get it right. I don't want to misquote anything. I don't want to give you any incorrect information. March the 9th, 2018 is when our Tobago boy, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, you could go search, took the Constitution Amendment Tobago Self-Governance Bill 2018 to the Parliament. That is what happened. Now, right after that, you would recognize that they started saying that we are going to take it to a joint select committee, because remember that is what the Prime Minister said he would do, that he would take it to a joint select committee. And rightly so, he did take it to a joint select committee. He did take it to a joint select committee in March of 2018. Because right after March of 2018, I think it was actually the same March later down, the Joint Select Committee came to Tobago. It came to Tobago presenting to Tobagonians, giving Tobagonians an opportunity to say what they have to say about the bill that has been laid in Parliament. And it was at that point that we recognize that some of the most critical parts of what we sent to Trinidad, what our Tobago boy sent to Trinidad and handed to our Tobago boy in Trinidad, some of that was removed. Some of it was removed. And the sad part is, I don't know if any of you remember, because it was a Sunday afternoon. I did not make it to the consultation. I think Assemblyman Farley represented us. And it so happened that Mr. Dr. Vanos James was also at that consultation with the GSC at Victor E. Bruce. It was a Sunday afternoon. I remember it clearly because I was watching it on TV. And Dr. James stood up and said, and I paraphrase because obviously his speech is so eloquent. In essence, he said that there are critical parts of the bill that was sent to Trinidad that are not included in the bill that is currently before the Parliament. He said it several times. The moderator, who I think was Camille Robinson Regis, if I am not mistaken, if I am, please forgive me. She basically said that no, they are 100% sure that they have changed nothing, and that what they are presenting at the GSC in March in 2018 is what we sent to Trinidad in 2016. She went on and on and on about being 100% sure about that. She went on and on and on about being 100% sure. And Mr. Dr. Vanos James basically said to her, "Ma'am, I am sorry, but you are mistaken. Because we were very clear when we sent the document down that it had a definition of Tobago, a definition of Trinidad, and a definition of Trinidad and Tobago. And the document that you are presenting to us now only has a definition of Tobago. It has no definition of Trinidad and Tobago, and it has no definition of Trinidad. And these are critical things that we want to see in the document, because I'm letting you all know now that this document, this bill, is to change the Constitution. To change the Constitution, you need a special majority. To change the Constitution, you need a special special majority, meaning you need, I think it's three-fifths or three-quarter, depending on whether you're in the upper house or the lower house. You need a special majority. And because we are trying to change the constitution, it means that if it goes into the constitution, whatever goes into the constitution would be very difficult to change after, because again, you will need a special majority again to change it after. So they were trying to put into the constitution of Trinidad and Tobago a definition of Tobago without having a similar definition of Trinidad. Now, if we are doing maths, people, if we are doing maths, that says Trinidad and Tobago is all of this, including with land, with sea, all with water, with oil and gas, whatever, and we limit Tobago to a particular situation, and we do not limit Trinidad, isn't it a fair assumption that you would classify Trinidad as everything that is not Tobago? I mean, that is basic algebra. Now, after Dr. James was very clear and continued standing on the fact that what we sent to Tobago is not what we sent to Trinidad is not what they were bringing to Tobago. He was very clear and he stood firm on that. Well, a good while after, they came and they said, oh, you are correct, we made one little change to it, and that is the only change we made. We made one little change because we have some constitutional lawyer that tell we that we cannot have a definition of Trinidad and a definition of Tobago in our constitution because that is illegal. That is what they said. And I am wondering which lawyer them went to, because we can practically put anything in our constitution. And it is not something that is going to be inequitable. It is something that is actually going to work on behalf of all of us. If we have a definition of Trinidad and a definition of Tobago and then a definition of Trinidad and Tobago, and then put in the constitution that given that we have these resources in the seas known as Trinidad and Tobago, that we would then be able to share the wealth of the resources in the sea known as Trinidad and Tobago equitably. That is what we wanted to do. That is why we had put that there specifically. And that is exactly why I think they took it out. Because if they define Tobago one way and define Trinidad one way equally, it means that they would not then be able to say to Tobago, you asked for 2 billion dollars of development fund. We are giving you 16% of what you asked for. Just take that. Because if we define Tobago very carefully and we define Trinidad equally in the Constitution, and then we define the country known as Trinidad and Tobago in the Constitution, then they would be forced to then provide Tobago with the resources that it needs, because it would show that a lot of the resources that Trinidad and Tobago, quote unquote, uses in Trinidad actually belongs to the state known as Tobago if we were to separate. And as I said, I will spend one of these next how many days that we are going to be here leading up to the election speaking specifically about how much of the resources that Trinidad and Tobago currently uses is in the quote unquote waters of Tobago if we were to separate. And that, my dear, is why that happened. See, that happened. And let me again direct you to the parliamentary website, because the parliamentary website specifically says for that bill that was laid on the 9th of March 2018, that bill, it was finally referred to, and it was finally referred to the committee, which I guess is I don't even know, because it was since 2018 they said it was going to the Joint Select Committee. So I really don't even know what committee it says it was referred to, but that is the 2nd of October 2019. And then it finally says at the bottom of this, on the 3rd of July 2020, the bill lapsed. On the 3rd of July 2020, the bill lapsed. What does that mean? Nothing. Salt for we. So even though they had promised us for all of these years, and even though Mr. Orville London left patting himself on the back, that he had submitted something that he knew, his words, that we had been working on for the last 4 decades, his words. We have come to the point where it is July 2020 and the parliamentary website, not Fate, not Watson, not Tashia, not Farley. It's not we that say it. The parliamentary website says very clearly on the 3rd of July, the bill lapsed. What does it mean for a bill to lapse? It means that it has gone so far and no further. It means that it never even got out of the committee stage. It means that it never even got out to the parliament for them to have a debate and for them to vote on. So, for example, when our Tobago boy, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, could come on our Tobago station about a month or so ago and tell our Tobago people that the reason that the bill has gone nowhere is basically because the UNC, they didn't have enough. The PNM didn't have enough people in the parliament to make it pass. And insinuating that the UNC had already voted against it, when in fact it did not even come to the parliament to be voted for or against. That is what happened to Tobago. And let me go back to why August 10th is so very, very, very important. Because for all of that time, Tobago, all of that time, we had two drummer girls in the parliament, Tobago East and Tobago West, representing the People's National Movement and not Tobago in the parliament. And they have done nothing. They have sat and allowed this thing to happen to us another time. Another time. They sat there and they hit their desk. They sat there and instead of speaking on behalf of Tobago, instead of understanding that when Mr. Orville London said in 2016 that he knows Tobagonians have been fighting for this for 40 years, instead of taking the time, taking the 5 years that they were there to fight on behalf of Tobago, they sat there and they did nothing. And they allowed July 2020 to come about. And the parliamentary channel would say that the bill has lapsed. And these two people are the ones who have the bold-faced gall to come back in front of you to tell you you need to put them there for another 5 years. Tobago. Don't make that mistake again. If they wanted to do it, they would have done it over the last 5 years. Do not make that mistake again. Now, we in the Progressive Democratic Patriots, we saw where this was going, We saw where this was going a long time ago. We were never fooled by their ramblings over the last couple of years. And that is why, at not the last sitting, because the last sitting was a budget sitting, but the sitting just before that, Mr. Watson Solomon Duke brought a motion to the Tobago House of Assembly saying, because we understand, and I'm paraphrasing, because we understand that what's going on in Trinidad with this bill is going to go nowhere. And because we see what all you're doing down there in Trinidad and it proves that you all don't really care about us in Tobago, we, the members of the Tobago House of Assembly, opposition and majority, minority and majority, we should collectively go to Trinidad as one Tobago House of Assembly and say to them, both of them in Trinidad, that we think that an easier route to get this done would be to amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act to give us a couple things. That's all. We think that instead of trying to go through the whole situation where all of us have to figure out who in opposition and who not in opposition, and who go vote and who ain't go vote, and needing the special majority, because the Tobago House of Assembly Act is a simple act of parliament that requires a simple majority to be amended, let us go to Trinidad like big men and big women and say to Trinidad, these are the things we want you to change in the Tobago House of Assembly Act, and you can do it before you prorogue parliament, because it's a simple thing. It's 2-3 lines in the act that we are asking you to amend, and you can do that before Parliament comes to an end. We took that motion to the House of Assembly and they fought against it, kicking and screaming. They fought against it, kicking and screaming. They fought against it. And they did nothing. And that is why Tobago, that is why you cannot allow PNM to be anywhere close to being your members of parliament, your MP, your Tobago East and Tobago rep ever again, at least not for the near future. Because we saw what they have been doing for the last couple of years. And certainly, not the two who spent the last 5 years not speaking on your behalf. You cannot, you absolutely cannot send them. Who you need to send, that is why we have said, that is why Mr. Duke has given up the idea of being Chief Secretary in Tobago. He said, let he go Trinidad, because the PDP understands. The PDP understands that for Tobago's development to happen holistically, because we have to play catch up. We have to have people in Trinidad who fighting for Tobago and fighting for Tobago only. We ain't care about nothing else. We's fighting for Tobago. And we then have people in Tobago, in the Tobago House of Assembly, led by Mr. Farley Chavez Augustine, using the resources that them in Trinidad fight for. So we need to send Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, a master negotiator, a man who has spent so many years in trade union. And if you ask an average worker in Trinidad and Tobago how many times he has helped them, he has negotiated on their behalf. So we're sending a master negotiator to Trinidad to negotiate for the simple things that those who are there now simply refuse to even speak about. And we want him to be accompanied, because they're going down as a pair, because they're going down. Two voices are stronger than just one. They are going down. So you have to send Tobago Mr. Watson Solomon Duke for Tobago East. But you have to allow him to be accompanied by Mr. Shea Grace Boris for Tobago West, the lioness. You have to allow both of them to go to Trinidad and finally speak on behalf of all of Tobago. You have to do it. And the only way to allow that to happen is 2 weeks from now on August 10th. On August 10th, go to the polls. Go real early. Go real early and vote for the Bamboo Bolife, which is the Progressive Democratic Patriots, which is the organization, the political party that both Tashia Grace Boris and Watson Solomon Duke will be representing. Because this political party is one that has been saying for the longest while, we want to see Tobago develop. We want to see a better Tobago. We are putting people before politics. So when they go down there and they speak, they are not going to be speaking on behalf of the PDP. No. They are speaking on behalf of Tobago East and Tobago S. They are speaking on behalf of Tobago, because that is what we need. We need two freedom fighters to go down and speak on our behalf. Tobago, we cannot make that mistake again. We cannot allow those two young ladies, wonderful people if you meet them personally, wonderful people, the current East and West representatives for the PNM, wonderful, lovely people if you meet them personally. But this is not about a personal thing. This is not because they're nice. This is not because they, no. This has nothing to do with that. This has to do with the fact that Tobago needs strong voices. And they have proven for the last 5 years that they have absolutely no voice. Because if they had a voice, they would have ensured that they had met with our Tobago boy Prime Minister, and that between the three of them, where we are now with this bill lapsing in July 2020 would have never happened. If they had a voice, where this bill is now would not have happened. If they had a voice, we would now be thinking about how we are restructuring the Tobago House of Assembly so that at the next election, we have a new thing. Because they had done the work in Trinidad. They had allowed us to get more money in Trinidad, allowed us to have a different structure in Trinidad. So when we going into the Tobago House of Assembly elections, we know what we're going to. But no, they stood silent. They stood silent. What are they going back there for? Tell me, what they're going back there for? They had 5 years to talk about this story and they did not. What you're sending them back there for? What is the point? Don't make that mistake, Tobago. We can't allow them to waste another 5 years of our lives. We don't know what will happen 5 years later. We need people who could stand firm. We need people who could do what they need to do, regardless of whether they're frightened or not. We need two freedom fighters, and we have Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, and we have Tashia Grace Boris. That is who we have, who is asking for your permission to go down and represent Tobago. Finally, that is what we have. We can't take this situation by chance. We can't take this situation by chance. We cannot say, well, we're not sure. We cannot allow them to distract us. We can't do that, Tobago. Not when it comes to our lives. Not when it comes to our children's lives. We cannot do that. So I have said a mouthful. I'm going to open up the lines a little. I hope the phone works again this morning. 717 if you're calling directly, 717-9591. 717-9591 if you're calling directly. And if you're calling or messaging on WhatsApp, 734-6355. 734-6355. So, again, we are the Progressive Democratic Patriots. We are an organization that was born out of the fact that we saw Tobago as kind of like the heritage symbol. Pregnant and pregnant and pregnant and seem to be pregnant forever and ever and ever and have not been able to give birth. And because we know how difficult pregnancy is, we decided that it's about time that a group of us got together and say, okay, let us induce labor because we're going on with this thing too long. We're going on with this thing too long. It is about time that we induce labor. And that is why those of us who are on the team of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, we are here and we are very clear in our resolve. You cannot be distracted. You cannot be distracted. I have a message on WhatsApp. It said, during his recent stint on Tobago Channel 5, why didn't the Prime Minister tell Tobagonians and by extension Trinidad and Tobago that the bill had lapsed? Why didn't he? Let me answer this call. I would read that after. I hope I get this. Hello, caller. You are on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning and good morning, Dr. Israel. I think that it's time that Tobagonians get serious with their future and with their destiny. You have outlined all the facts and the history. You spoke about the Dispute Resolution Commission, about 7 different Dispute Resolution Commission. What Tobago want? You have shown the failure of the 2 representatives in Tobago. You sat in Parliament for the past 5 years and did not even bring those issues to the fore in the Parliament. I'm saying to Tobagonians, we cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this. We have to make that important decision so that we can have a Tobago that all of us will be proud of. So I want to say continue good works, continue spreading, the history, because many of us in Tobago sometimes we forget, these important things, these important meetings that we have. So much money was spent in terms of bringing what Tobago want to the table, and nothing came out from it. And I'm saying Tobago, let us stop playing games with our future. Let us, it is more than a party. It is about Tobago liberation. It is about Tobago deliverance. So I just want to say to you, keep up the good works. I think that the 2 representatives, East and West, is the answer for Tobago. Mr. Watson Solomon Duke and Miss Tashia Grace Boris for Tobago West.
I agree with you 100%. Caller, thank you so much. Let me continue reading that message. Why didn't the PM tell us that the bill had lapsed? Further, neither of our two Tobago PMs found it fit, MPs found it fit to inform the people of Tobago about the current lapse status of the bill. What sort of hide and seek game are they playing? Why can't these folks be forthright with us? From my point of view, Tobagonians, we definitely need independent voices in Parliament speaking on our behalf. We just cannot afford to have folks going to Trinidad and not speaking on Tobago's behalf. We have no other choice but to send Mr. Duke and Miss Boris to Parliament. They will not need permission from anyone in Trinidad to speak on our behalf. PDP is the only choice in Tobago come August 10th. I agree with you, and thanks so much for that comment. And yes, they sat quietly. Actually, because they've been going around trying to convince you about why you should give them another chance. Has any of them actually told Tobago that the bill lapsed? Did any of them actually tell Tobago that the bill lapsed? Did they? Did any of them actually tell you, and this is why it lapsed? Considering that it was delivered to Trinidad in 2016? Did they? No, they did not. They're trying to pull wool over your eyes. And instead of speaking about the people's business, instead of speaking about what Tobago sent them to Trinidad to speak about, we have a situation where it seems like on every platform, everywhere in Trinidad and Tobago, the only thing that they can speak about is Mr. Duke. Now you have to ask yourself, Tobago, why are they so afraid of this one man? Why are they trying their best to keep him out? And we realize that the targets have also been thrown towards Mr. Shea. What is it about them? Why are they so afraid of sending these two freedom fighters to Tobago? Considering they know that they have not done what they are supposed to do. Why are you sending them back? Why? We signed a contract with them. When we voted for them last time, we signed a contract with them. Because they told us that this is what was going to happen. They told us that this is what they were going to do. They vowed to do it. They vowed to do it. They've done nothing. So you telling me, you hire a contractor to build your house. You give him the money, you give him the resources, your house not there, nowhere there. And he come back again 5 years later and tell you, I need more money, I need more resources to build the house. Because I want to go back and build it for true now. So what you was doing before? What you do with the money before? What you do with all the material before? And what we stupid? And that is the part I don't understand. It's like they are continually trying to convince Tobagonians that we are stupid. You stood there silently for 5 years. What you're going back to do now? So when they come to you, Tobago East and Tobago West, when they come to you, let them know thank you, but no thanks. We have done your performance appraisal over the last 5 years, and you have a failing grade. So because we're not stupid, we will not send you back to fail again for another 5 years. Let us try some people. Let us try some other people. We are going to try Mr. Watson Solomon Duke and Miss Tashia Grace Boris. Tell them. Don't even fool them. Don't even try to fool them and say, yes, I might vote for you, I don't know. No, let them know up front. No, we're not going down that road with Olia again because Olia failed miserably over the last 5 years. Tell them. Be clear. Tell them. Tell them. Let me repeat again as we're wrapping up, that we are having our political meetings are going to be split for this week because we have to cover some grounds because of the couple meetings that we missed and that kind of thing. So we will be in, and I dare say my area, in Belgarden, Goodwood area. We'll be in the Goldsboro, Pembroke, Glamorgan area today. And yes, I was proud to say my area because when anything happen, it's me that does call as if me are the area rep. But don't worry, I just do it because it's all part of my work. So we'll be on the east from Goldsboro, Glamorgan, Pembroke. where we'll have our spot meetings as we go along, meeting and greeting with Mr. Watson Duke, and then we have happening simultaneously, although depending on how quickly we finish in Pembroke, we may run down to the to Tobago West, where we have Black Rock happening, where we have situations where we walk around in Mount Irvin, Pleasant Prospect, Black Rock area, and we end in the Black Rock area close to the playing field, that area. Okay? So that's where we are today. I know we had announced that we were going to be in Bethel today, but we recognized late last evening that we would have had a clash with another political entity. We don't want no bacchanal. We're not on them thing. We talking proper business, proper Tobago business. So we don't want any distractions. We don't want any music truck passing and then they're trying to play music while we're talking proper thing. No. So we've decided we would bow out of Bethel this evening. We would go to Black Rock instead and allow them to do whatever they want to do in Bethel, and we will go to Bethel tomorrow. So again, this evening we are in Pembroke and we are in Black Rock area. That is where we are today. Tomorrow, I'm not even sure what I'll talk about tomorrow yet, but we continue the conversation. Remember Tobago. The Progressive Democratic Patriots is an organization that was created because we understand the needs of Tobago. It's an organization that was created because we are young people, and that's a critical thing, We are young people who want to ensure that we live a decent life. But we don't want to just live a decent life because we have a big work, No. We want to collectively have all of us have a decent life. We want that when we have children and grandchildren, that their life is good. It shouldn't be no salt and sufferation kind of story. We have too many people who are living in conditions that are substandard. Too many people. You know, the PDP, this is something that I have not really spoken about. But for the last couple of months when we've been doing the roof repair, when we go to some of the people who call us and we go and we look at the homes and we look at some of the needs of these people, we are like, whoa, I honestly did not know that we were having such issues in Tobago. I did not know. Because, you know, there are times, because even though you are campaigning and you are talking to people and you're interacting with people, and I am at every funeral, I am at every graduation, I am at those things. Remember, those are outside of the people's homes. And even when you're meeting them and so forth, you're not really going inside, so you don't see what's happening inside. And Tobagonians are very proud people. I mean, it's something that I actually love about us. We are very, very proud people. We would take the last $100 and buy the thing of paint and paint out the outside of our house so it look good. But when you go inside, you really realize the need of the people, and that it was really the $100 that they took to buy the thing of paint, to give it a dab, a paint, for it to look good, because we are proud people. We are people who we don't like other people knowing about our issues. That's who we are. So when we started going into some of these homes, we recognize, wow, there are people who need help. There are people who need help, and this is a larger governance issue. We should not be in a state called Trinidad and Tobago where we have so much oil money flowing, where we have such a huge disparity, because it has some real rich people in Trinidad and Tobago. Some real rich people. And then there's the rest of us. We have too much resources at our disposal to have that kind of gap between those who have money and those who don't. And we need to have larger policies that would ultimately change the lives of individual people. So when we talk about going to the Tobago House, going to the Parliament and having them change the Tobago House of Assembly Act to say, okay, the Tobago House of Assembly gets 10% of the budget. That means we get so much more, double what we are getting now. And that way we could spend money doing more development projects. We spend money doing more development projects. It means that more people would be able to benefit from it, either directly because they are part of the project, or indirectly, meaning when the project is over, they are now able to benefit from it. Those are the kinds of policies that we need done in Tobago, and that is why it starts with having 2 MPs who understand the fight. And I think that is the situation, you know. The 2 that they have there now don't understand the fight. They don't understand the plight of average man. When one of them could go to the parliament and say, because we have almond milk, it means that Tobago not suffering, or we don't have any needs. Imagine if you could say that we have because she buy almond milk in the grocery, Tobago was good. And I asked at a meeting recently, how many of the people in the meeting does drink almond milk? That shows a level of disconnect with the people who she was supposed to be representing in a way that I thought, whoa, if that is where you're going to talk, it means you really don't even understand where the fight is. And that's why Tobago East and Tobago West, the Bamboo Bolife, the Watson Solomon Duke in Tobago East and Tashia Grace Boris in Tobago West are the only 2 names you should be looking for. As a matter of fact, look for the symbol. I'll spend a little time talking about the symbol and what it means at another time. Spend another time talking about that. But look for the symbol, because we need to send 2 freedom fighters down to Trinidad. We need to send 2 people who would stand up very carefully and stand up very forcefully and not be muzzled by anybody in Trinidad, because we ain't working with none of them. We ain't working for none of them. We are not an answer to none of them. We are answering to the people of Tobago. It is clear. It is simple. Tobago, that is what you have to do. There is no other choice for our individual and collective development, for our individual and collective survival. That is what we have to do. We cannot just sit back and allow 2 people who have failed miserably to go back and fail again. Too much is at stake for us to make that mistake. So Tobago, I'm asking you, on election morning on August 10th, it's just a couple of weeks ago, we need to stay the course. We need to stay the course. Do not get distracted. I keep telling my team, do not get distracted. I keep telling those on the ground, do not get distracted. They will try to throw any and everything at us. They would try to throw any and everything at us. But we cannot be distracted. And I want to let us know that even though, because we are seeing pretty decent sized crowds running around behind the Progressive Democratic Patriots, but I want us to know that we cannot be fooled by the crowd sizes. The only day that a crowd matters is on election day. So get up, each and every one of you who knows that Tobago deserves better. Get up on August 10th and vote early. Come out and vote. Everyone needs to vote, because we also know that those people have a kind of way that they just want to be able to swing an election to go their way. But that only works if our people don't vote. And again, we have to look at the numbers. When you look at the numbers of people, the Red Party have actually been running minority governments, because most of the people on the island of Tobago don't vote for them. But the bad parties, a lot of people on the island of Tobago don't vote. So the hardcore ones will vote for them. Some of the hardcore opposition will vote against them. But the vast majority of people on the island are staying home. And when you stay home, you allow them to go back. If you stay home on August 10th, you are allowing 2 people who have failed over the last 5 years to go back to a job that they have failed us. You cannot afford to stay home. The win for the Progressive Democratic Patriots needs to be so overwhelming. It needs to be so resounding that even if they try to thief, it doesn't make a difference, because if you try to thief, who are you thieving? 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 votes? Nah. If all of us, and I have actually said it, I said it on TV a week or 2 ago, If every single person who does not appreciate what those people have been doing for the last 5 years in Parliament or for the last 20 years in Tobago, if every single one of us goes out and vote, even if we vote for other people other than the PDP, they will not be there. Because there are so many of us who are not comfortable with what they are doing. There are so many of us who are not comfortable. We can't allow them to force you to stay home. You have to get up. This is one time Tobago. Each and every one of you need to get up, get up, get up. On August 10th, get up. Put on your clothes, pray, meditate, do whatever you're accustomed to do in the morning to set your mind right and get up and go and vote for the Bamboo Bullifay. Go and ensure that we send the freedom fighters, Mr. Shea Grace Boris for Tobago West and Watson Solomon Duke for Tobago East. Send the freedom fighters to Trinidad. Send the ones who've proven already that they are freedom fighters. Send them to Trinidad. Don't send back them who have been eating peanut butter. It's real peanut butter them two been eating. It's real peanut butter them two been eating. Because they have said nothing. This bill that Mr. Orville London gave to Dr. Keith Rowley in 2016, after all of that, in July 2020, you're telling me that all is a sit down there and let that bill lapse? After even Mr. London said in 2016 he understands that Tobagonians have been fighting for this for the last 40 years. He said it, not me, he said it. And the two of you got down to Trinidad and did nothing and want to come back and tell right-thinking people that we should send you all you down there again? No. And when they come to you with their fancy story and they come to you with all kind of rigmarole thing, remember to tell them to move, let we pass. Move, let us pass, because this is Tobago's time now. It is Tobago's time now. We have to vote for Tobago's future. It's not about them. It's not about whether they are nice people or not. It has more than that. Those nice people did nothing for the last 5 years. Being nice does not help us. They need to be competent. They need to have a voice. They need to understand the story, and they don't understand the story. That is what we need from them. So Tobago, as I wrap up, I want to remind you that we are in Pembroke. We are in the Goldsboro, Pembroke, Glamorgan area this evening on the east. And we are also in the Blackrock, Mount Irvin, Pleasant Prospect area in Tobago West. And we ask you to come out, meet your Tobago East and Tobago West candidate, because they'll be moving around. They'll be walking around in the area. Come meet them. Come chat with them. Come say hello. Even if it is just waving. But you know where the issues are. You know what the issues are. And you know that even if you have not met them personally, you know what the fight is. You know where the Progressive Democratic Patriots stands on these issues. And we are asking you, therefore, to come and vote for us. August 10th. August 10th. August 10th, there are two options. August 10th, there are two options. The only options is Progressive Democratic Patriots. Tobago East, Watson Solomon Duke. Tobago West, Tashia Grace Boris. Both of them on the Progressive Democratic Patriots ticket. Both of them speaking on behalf of Tobago and Tobagonians. Both of them heading to Trinidad to fight on our behalf. We're asking you, Tobago, to give us a chance. On August 10th, go out and vote for Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris, who are representing Tobago under the Bamboo Bullifay. Listeners, thank you all so much for tuning in today. I'll be here tomorrow, God's willing. I will be here bringing another topic. Tune in again. If you're on Facebook, share the live with your friends and family so they understand where the fight is. They understand what's going on. And we ask you again, on August 10th, you need to have Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris, who will be on the Progressive Democratic Patriots, the Bamboo Bullifay ticket, because we are putting people before politics. Thank you and see you tomorrow.
Write your concession speech. Tobago. We're praying for election to reach. Write the concession speech. Bye bye. PNM goodbye. Bye bye. Tell them write the concession speech. Goodbye. PNM goodbye. Bye 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 bye. We can breathe a sigh of relief. PDP turn to serve Tobago. Them can't tell me who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. Black is the color that we chose. We're not wearing no red clothes. It's PDP turn to serve Tobago. You can't tell we who to vote. PNM your heart cold. We gave you 4 terms and you neglect Tobago. We're not wearing no red clothes. Black from me head right down to me toe. PDP came long from Roxborough to Charlottesville, celebrating with the PDP queens and kings. The next day, executive. Now, come out of your house, no matter where you live. Black t-shirt, black flag, black.
If you real, I real. Real you, real me. Real station, real station.
Cure again. Come to give you more. This is for the good. My people live together. This one's for you, yeah. Oh yeah, I hear the sirens going every night. Oh yeah, I hate turning on the news. But oh yeah, they say it's just a prophecy. But oh yeah, please show us what to do. Go to bed hungry and wake up mad. It's hard in the streets. Make it or take it, it's true, but say we've got kids to feed.
Welcome to Info Update for July 27th, 2020. In the headlines, $3.4 million approved for school feeding providers. The Tobago Visual Arts Association meets with the Chief Secretary. And 8,900 more masks for Tobago.
Info Update. Informative, insightful, unfiltered. The issues, topics, and conversations that affect you. This is the THA's Daily Info Update.
The Department of Youth Affairs is conducting a rapid assessment exercise to determine the needs of Tobago's youth impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Help us help you by completing the assessment forms when our youth auxiliary officers visit your community. You can also fill out forms at youth development centers at Bethel, Signal Hill, Castaro, or Roxborough, or at the main office of the Division of Sports and Youth Affairs at Orange Hill Road, Scarborough. Call 612-3792 extension 1036 for further information. Join our assessment exercise. We want to hear from youth.
And now for the details. The Tobago House of Assembly Executive Council has approved the sum of $3.4 million for food service providers of the Division of Education, Innovation and Energy, impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Megan Wallace brings us this story.
All 54 nutrition providers who supply breakfast and lunch to students will benefit from this financial allocation. Secretary of the Division, Assemblyman Kelvin Charles, made the announcement at this week's Post-Executive Council media briefing. School steel pan instructors will also receive compensation.
We approve financial assistance to steel pan instructors. We have tutors who come in and who train our students. We have 17 of them, and what has been approved is a total of $105,187.50.
Assemblyman Charles also gave an update on the school repair program, which is estimated to cost $13 million for primary school upgrades.
The works focus primarily on priority infrastructural elements. We had to do things like plumbing repairs, electrical repairs and upgrades, replacement of doors and windows, painting, and other minor construction works.
Most primary school repairs have been completed. Secondary schools and ECCE centers will be addressed next month. I'm Megan Wallace for Info Update.
The Tobago Visual Arts Association is advocating for more meaningful development. More from Raina Allen.
Formed in 2011, the Tobago Visual Arts Association is the only organization of its kind on the island. Its main focus is to provide a developmental platform for professional artists and art enthusiasts. President of the association, Tom Lee Roberts, met with Chief Secretary Honorable Ansel K. Dennis on July 23rd. He described their discussions as fruitful.
We would have looked at the establishment of a fine arts center in Tobago. We would also look at the whole idea of having more public art in spaces here in Tobago.
Mr. Roberts shared some of the projects that the organization has been engaged in over the years.
We would have done things like art on the beach. We have had exhibitions at Shaw Park Complex, at Gulf City Lowlands Mall. We've been working on mural productions throughout Tobago.
The association is optimistic and hopes that the future of art in Tobago will be bright. I'm Raina Allen for Info Update.
Chief Medical Officer Dr. Roshan Parasaram has renewed the call for persons to wear some form of face covering when in public.
You find that over the last few months, people are not wearing the mask as they would have been during the height of the epidemic. We are, of course, strongly advising that once you go out in the population that you wear a mask.
Minister of Health Terence Dale Singh said there are over 600,000 masks in circulation, some from the government program launched on the NIPDEC and the Foundation for the Enhancement and Enrichment of Life field.
350,056 masks have been distributed to date via that mask program with NIPDEC. Field would have received 133,756. Tobago will get 8,900. This is in addition to the masks which Field would have given out in months prior.
Minister Dale Singh reiterated the importance of adhering to the guidelines of the new normal. And that's it from all of us at the Department of Information. I'm Josanne Brassi, and you've been listening to Info Update.
Lash them, trash them. I know we can't talk about them.
Beat them, we have to beat them. Beat them, Rasta, ill treat them. Beat them, we have to beat them. Beat them, Rasta, ill treat them. We've come to one conclusion. The leaders ain't got no vision. That's why the world is in such a sad state. Time now for some action. Even a revolution. Things just cannot go on the very same way.
We need a solution for the pollution.
Rastaman is like an iron in the lion's den. Rastaman them nah beg no friend. So beat them, come make we beat them. I beg you beat them, Rasta ill treat them. They would never mention the poor man's sufferation. Money in their pocket, that is all they crave. Every day.
Look at them sit down for we name in a meet now. Dirty heart and bad mind people, them a go get a beat now. When me say them a go get a beat now. Whoa, happy corruption, them get up and a spread on the land. Destructive weapon in the youths them hand. And nothing constructive going in a them plans. Them main function is to set man against man. So now them come and tell me about crime prevention. When someone get your youth locked in high detention. For reparation, them you try to mention. Your trouble gang go lead and go bring your bam bam. Can them sit down for we name in a meet no. Dirty heart and bad mind people, them a go get a beat. When me say them a go get a beat now.
Beat them from near and far, even if them a superstar. There is no getting around the powers of the Most High Jah. Beat them, me say fi beat them. Beat them, Rasta ill treat them. Me say fi beat them with the rod of correction. Beat them, make them change them direction. Beat them high, beat them low, beat them near, beat them far. Beat them cause them not live right, oh Jah.
Them a fi hurt. When them a try get me out, them want. No them want fi take me out, but yeah. And Rasta man no sit from Babylonian straw. And I no
are louder than words.
No, we ever show them.
But you've got to speak out and let your voice be heard.
Them think we don't know them.
In this time, we're no pushover. We're here to do the works of the master. And who don't like it, let them do their best. What is coming next? Beating, beating, beating them too damn deceiving. Beating, ill-treating, beating them too damn deceiving. La da 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 da. Why? Help the Rastaman beat them. Come make we beat them. Beat them, Rastaman beat them. Ill-treat them, ill-treat them. We not fear them, cause we not scare them. Rasta bun them, till we done them. Rastaman is like a lion in the lion den. La da 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 da.
Hi, my name is Keisha from Lowland, Tobago, and when I'm at home turning up, I always listen to the street 91.9 FM.
Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Talk about where we're going before we get lost. And be our thoughts. Can't get what we want without knowing. I've never felt like this before. I apologize if I'm moving too far. Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Figure out where we're growing. Yeah. Started off right, I can see it in your eyes. I can tell that you wanting more. What's been on your mind? There's no reason we should hide. Tell me something I ain't heard before. Now I've been dreaming about it, and it's you I'm on. So stop thinking about it. Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Talk about where we're going before we get lost. And be our thoughts. Can't get what we want without knowing. I've never felt like this before. I apologize if I'm moving too far. Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Figure out where we're growing. Oh, nah. Penthouse view, left some flowers in the room. I'll make sure I leave the door unlocked. Now I'm on the way, swear I won't be late. I'll be there by 5 o'clock. Oh, you've been dreaming about it, and I'm what you want. So stop thinking about it. Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Talk about now before we get lost. And be our thoughts. Can't get what we want without. I've never felt like this before. I apologize if I'm moving too far. Can we just talk? Can we just talk? Figure out where we're growing.
side. Let me take this thing well worldwide wide. Never had to pretend 10-10. I'm a 5 times 2, that's a 10-10-10. Never ever beg friend. If they're not with me no worry about them. Oh, blind man can see it. Oh, so every day I repeat it. I say, first thing in the morning, when I wake up, thank God for life. Look in the mirror, say yes, I'm the best. Way too blessed. Yes, I'm the best. Way too blessed.
450 on the necklace. I know you like it rough, I get reckless. The way you lick it up, you gon' make me fall in love, baby. You gon' make it hard for the next. I'm the best. That's your boyfriend, I ain't impressed. Baby, when your body pop the top off the chest, work that body, throw your on the bed. Baby, what's the message in the bottle? And we lit tonight, don't worry about tomorrow. When she with me, she feel like she hit the lotto. And when I walk out, the things they gon' follow. Down the
best. Way too blessed. Yes, I'm the best. Way too
Hi everybody, my name is Terry Sylvester and I'm from Signal Hill, Tobago. I love listening to 91.9 FM because it's the best and it plays the best music.
We are gonna make it. Win the prize and take it. We are gonna make it. 4 corner, global. We are strive and a reach for the goal. Them a fight and a spite through them in control. Them a real lad. But a long time, we a fight for a slice of the bread. Them a scream and a dream and a wish me fi dead. But I got off we head. I know just now, we a scream and a cheer for the team. Them a plan out fi bench we and them rule supreme. Like a them want fi clean. Well imagine, we a try move out of the shock. Them a cry and a spy and a try stop we clock. Guess how off we back. Tell them so we bless. Tell them 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 so we still have life. We no stress. God light shine on we and no walk west. Screw where your man want free. We no press. Bless up who down when we the rest. Tell them we no broke like God and we no this. Only follow we like peace so them a guess. How come we still look clean and them a mess? Eventually they will see who is watching over me. Make we shine like stars above and give love to who show us love too. We flying high like the morning dove. God a rich look your fit like glove. See life there. We a strive and a reach to the goal. Them a fight and a spite through them in control. Them a real lad. But a long time, we a fight for a slice of the bread. Them a scheme and a dream and a wish we fi dead. But I got down we head. I know just now, we a scream and a cheer for the team. Them a plan out fi bench we and them rule supreme. Like and them want fi clean. Well imagine, we a try move out of the shock. Them a cry and a spy and a try stop we clock. But guess how off we back. Tell them so we bless. Tell them 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 we bless. Now see me spend my last to impress. Tell them me no waste my own me invest. Make them know me girlfriend want put in verse. Tell them me still look fine. And me still am blow them mind. So you now see me pressure no man like some piss. Now so we make our own a success. Now hesitate but take we interest. Stay focused, me a time for progress. Now follow them like the road and beaches. No matter where a man want talk me careless. And this me want you digest. We a strive and a reach to the goal. Them a fight and a spite through them in control. Them a real lad. But a long time, we a fight for a slice of the bread. Them a scheme and a dream and a wish we fi dead. But I got off we head. And I know just now, we a scream and a cheer for the team. Them a plan out fi bench we and them rule supreme. Like and them want fi clean. You can imagine, we a try move out of the shackle. Them a cry and a spy Why them a try stop we clock? Guess how we walk we back. Tell them so we bless. Tell them 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 we bless. East side. Yes, sir. Claims the card.
Brick, brick pam brick, brick pam brick pam brick, brick pam brick, brick pam brick pam brick. When me I use my chopper phone, no chatting a lot. A ramp with my mother food, Spanish town, foreign account, bang a phone, couple other phone. The thing can't too loud, but I'm a clock boot fast and move out. On a school bus, the young I move like when you. Yeah, my gun, which part of the union? Look more at the studio. I grade from a gun where the moon go. Them no say the East crime if it's true enough. Me represent East side, ooh yeah.
U.S. Federal Trade Commission says Jamaicans are still calling unsuspecting people in the U.S., claiming they've won millions, but of course then asking them to send a fee to release the winnings.
Brick pam brick, brick pam brick pam brick, brick pam brick, brick pam brick pam brick, brick pam brick, brick pam brick pam brick, brick pam brick, brick pam brick pam brick. When me I use my chopper phone, no chatting a lot. A ramp with my mother food, one bag of account, foreign account, bang a phone, couple other phone. You see, GG Johnston, down a ton, no man have one phone, and a ton, baritone, crossroad, bang a phone, couple other phone. Me just get two new gal, money gram, picture I'm neutral. And I'm a kick truck, make your food come.
There's a twist. Amid crackdowns by U.S. and Jamaican law enforcement, Jamaicans are successfully recruiting their original victims to facilitate even more.
Bricks, dealing big. Hey. Which bank me fi use now? No far distance, got fi me town. Me get a franchise big like Kingston Town. Brick, brick pam brick, brick pam brick pam brick. Brick pam brick, brick pam brick pam brick. Go beer. Is there? You're red pan. Lighter.
Hey, my name is Kenya and I'm from Lambo. Whether I'm home or at work, I listen to the street 91.9 FM.
Squad up.
With me crew and
This is Lord Nelson, and I love to listen. Chocolate tea with Tash and Brother B in the morning.
Problem is a problem. Have the girl them whining again. Girl, you're so amazing. Hey, fatty bum bum, sugar dumpling, sweet bum bum, sweet something. Tell me something. Tell me how you go wine like that. Tell me how you go bubble like that, baby. Look like you want me to get a heart attack. The way you're whining your waist set good and sit down on top. Then you bend up your back and you start push back. You give me good, good love. I wanna give you right back. Girl, you bend up your back and you start push back. You give me good, good love, love, love. I wanna give you right back. You start push back, right back till you feel it. I want you to feel it, feel it, feel this love. Can you feel it? This body is yours anytime that you want it, girl. Can you feel it? I want you to feel it, feel this love. Can you feel it? And I tell no lie, I'm gonna work and work all night till you feel it, feel it. So y'all start wind up if you feel it, feel it. I miss the bubble of your body, y'all feel it. Accept the loving, y'all feel it. How you gonna do me like that? Really? How you gonna wind up on it like that, baby? Look like a fall victim to your just drop. Girl, you better open your warehouse and get the loving like stuff. Then you wind up your back and you start push back. You give me good, good love. I wanna give you right back. Girl, you bend up your back, your back, your back, and you start push back. You give me good, good love, love, love. I wanna give you right back. You start push back, right back till you feel it. I want you to feel it, feel this love. Can you feel it? This body is yours anytime that you want it, girl. Can you feel it? I want you to feel it, feel this love. Can you feel it? And I tell no lie, I'm gonna work and work all night till you feel it, feel it. So y'all start wind up if you feel it, feel it. I miss the bubble of your body, y'all feel it. Accept the loving, y'all feel it. How you go wine like that? I mean, come on, tell me. Girl, how you go bubble like that, baby? Look like you want me to get a heart attack. Girl, the way you're whining your waist set good and sit down on top, 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 top. Then you bend up your back, and you start push back. You give me good, good love. I wanna give you right back. Girl, you bend up your back, then you start push back. You give me good, good love, love, love. I wanna give you right back. You start push back, right back till you feel it. I want you to feel it, feel this love. Can you feel it? This body is yours anytime that you want it, girl. Can you feel it? I want you to feel it, feel this love. Can you feel it? And I tell no lie, I'm gonna work and work all night till you feel it, feel it. So y'all start wind up if you feel it, feel it. I miss the bubble of your body, y'all feel it. Accept the loving, y'all feel it.
One, get ready.